Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Real documented experiences, carefully adapted into sleep-friendly narration. Sophisticated storytelling meets documentary truth, so the core stays intact and the atmosphere lingers. Quick note, please like and subscribe, and tap the bell for new episodes. There are no more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes. After that, uninterrupted listening. Curated accounts, elevated with literary craft for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. I first heard the sound just after midday, when the heat had settled into the granite like a held breath, and the flies started circling in tight, lazy spirals. I was walking a narrow ridge above the fractured face. Locals refuse to name directly. The place we only refer to as that side when tourists aren't listening. The rock there is split into deep seams, as if something enormous had tried to pry the mountain apart and failed halfway through. I had been hired to guide 2 visitors along a safer perimeter trail, but I kept drifting closer than I should have, drawn by a noise that didn't belong in daylight. It wasn't wind. I've lived around these formations long enough to tell the difference. Granite sings sometimes low, hollow tones when the temperature shifts. A kind of natural expansion and contraction. That's what the geologists say, and I've repeated it myself to keep people calm. But this sound rose and broke unevenly, like something trying to shape itself into a human scream, and not quite managing it. It stretched, snapped, then died in the cracks before echoing back thinner, distorted. The 2 hikers behind me had gone quiet. They'd been asking questions all morning about trails, about snakes, about whether anyone had ever gotten lost out here. When the sound came, they stopped walking. I didn't turn around right away. I just stood there with my hand resting on the warm rock, feeling for vibration, telling myself it was nothing but the usual shift. It came again, longer this time. One of them muttered that it sounded like a person. I told them it was the rock cooling unevenly, that the fractures acted like pipes. My voice sounded steady, the way it always does when I'm working. That's part of the job, keeping things ordinary. But I didn't believe what I was saying. Not fully. The locals don't walk that ridge after noon. That's one of those quiet rules you grow up with and don't question until someone from outside asks why. The indigenous families around here have older stories, ones they don't tell in full to people like me. But the warning is always the same. Don't go near the fractures when the mountain starts to call. They don't say scream, they say call, like it's trying to get your attention. I turned back and told the hikers we were cutting the route short. I said the heat was getting dangerous, which was true enough, but not the real reason. They didn't argue. The second sound had unsettled them more than they wanted to admit. We started down a sloping path that angled away from the broken face. The ground there is loose, scattered with thin slabs that shift underfoot. I kept us moving at a steady pace, not rushing, not lingering. The sound didn't come again for several minutes, and for a while I almost convinced myself it had been a trick of the air. Then it came from below us, not echoing down, but rising up through the cracks. One of the hikers stopped completely. I heard gravel slide as he lost his footing for a second. When I looked back, he was staring at a narrow fissure cutting into the slope, maybe half a meter wide but dropping out of sight almost immediately. The sound seemed to come from inside it, compressed and strangled, like it had traveled a long distance through tight spaces. He asked if anyone had fallen down there before. I didn't answer right away. There's a list of missing people associated with this place. Hikers, climbers, even a pair of surveyors years back. Most of them disappeared near the fractures. Search teams go in, rope down where they can, map what's accessible. They always come back with the same conclusion. Unstable rock, hidden drops, disorientation. The kind of terrain where a misstep is enough, but they never find much. No bodies, no gear beyond the occasional scrap that could have come from anywhere. It's as if the mountain closes around whatever enters it. I told him there had been accidents. Yes, but nothing recent. That part was true, technically. The last disappearance had been months ago, just before the wet season. a solo hiker who had ignored the warnings and gone exploring deeper into the fractures. They found his vehicle at the trailhead and nothing else. We kept moving. By late afternoon, we reached a flatter section dotted with scrub and low trees. The granite there rises in rounded domes instead of sharp breaks, and the air feels different, less confined, easier to breathe. The sound didn't follow us, or at least we didn't hear it anymore. The hikers relaxed enough to start talking again, though they kept their voices low, as if the mountain might still be listening. We made camp before sunset. It wasn't part of the original plan, but I didn't want to guide them back in fading light, not with the way things had felt earlier. I chose a spot well away from the fractured face, where the ground was solid and visibility was clear in all directions. I've always believed in keeping distance from that side once the light starts to go. The night came quickly, the way it does out there. 1 minute the rock is glowing orange, the next it's cooling into shadow. The temperature dropped, and with it came a kind of silence that presses in on your ears. Even the insects seemed to pull back. We ate without much conversation. The hikers were tired, and I could see the earlier unease settling back into them. Now that there was nothing to distract from it, one of them asked in a quieter tone if the sounds happened at night too. I told him sometimes. That was when the first one came. It cut through the dark so sharply that I felt it in my chest before I fully heard it. Longer than before, more defined. It rose in a wavering arc and then broke into something that resembled a human cry, so closely that my body reacted before my mind could catch up. I was on my feet, turning toward the direction of the fractures, scanning the darkness for movement. There was nothing to see, just the outline of the distant rock against a sky crowded with stars. The second hiker whispered that it had sounded closer. I listened. The echo rolled back a few seconds later, thinner, as if the mountain were repeating the sound to itself. Then it faded. We stayed awake after that. No one suggested sleep. The fire burned low, more for comfort than warmth. Every so often, one of us would glance toward the dark shape of the ridge we had left behind. The sounds came irregularly, sometimes minutes apart, sometimes longer gaps, each one slightly different. Some higher, some rougher, some trailing off into a kind of broken vibration. I kept trying to match them to something natural, shifting rock, air pressure, even animals, but none of it fit cleanly, around what I guessed was the middle of the night. One of the hikers said he thought he heard something between the sounds. Not the scream itself, but something underneath it, like movement. I told him it was probably the echo distorting. He didn't look convinced. I didn't feel convinced either. At some point, I realized the sounds weren't coming from a single direction anymore. They still originated from the fractured side, but they seemed to shift along it, as if traveling through different channels within the rock. One would start low, another higher up, overlapping just enough to create the illusion of distance changing. Then one came from much closer than the rest, not from the ridge we had left, but from somewhere below the slope near our camp. We all heard it at the same time. There was no mistaking the direction. The firelight threw uneven shadows across the ground, and for a moment I thought I saw something move at the edge of it. Not a shape I could define, just a disruption in the pattern, like the darkness had shifted slightly out of place. I grabbed my torch and stepped away from the fire, angling the beam down the slope. The light caught on rock scrub, nothing unusual, but the ground there dips toward a series of smaller fractures. Nothing as dramatic as the main formation, but still deep enough to hide a person. The second hiker moved closer to me. He didn't say anything, but I could feel the tension in him, the way he leaned forward as if trying to see more than the light allowed. Another sound came, shorter this time, almost cut off. It echoed up from below us. I told them to stay by the fire while I checked it out. That's the part I still think about the most. How automatic that decision felt. It was my job to assess risks, to make sure there wasn't someone injured nearby, someone who needed help. That's the reasoning I held on to. I started down the slope carefully, placing each step with intention. The beam of the torch shook slightly in my hand, enough to make the shadows jump. The air felt cooler as I descended, the heat of the day fully gone now. The fractures ahead opened into narrow gaps between large slabs of granite. Some were shallow, others dropped into darkness. I kept to the edges, sweeping the light across each opening. "Hello," I called once, keeping my voice controlled. The sound didn't come back immediately. For a few seconds there was nothing but the faint hum of the night. Then it came from directly in front of me, from a crack no wider than my shoulders. It wasn't loud, not like before. It was thinner, strained, as if whatever produced it was right at the limit of what it could push through. The shape of it was unmistakable this time. There was a pattern to it, a rise and fall that mirrored a human attempt to shout. I stepped closer before I could stop myself. The light hit the inside of the crack, revealing smooth, worn stone descending at an angle. It looked like a natural chute, something water might have carved over time. It disappeared into darkness after a few meters. The beam unable to reach the bottom, the sound came again, softer, almost swallowed. I crouched, angling the torch further in. For a moment, I thought I saw movement, something shifting just beyond where the light faded. Not a clear form, just a suggestion of motion against the rock. I called out again, louder this time. There was no response. Not in any way I could recognize as an answer. Behind me, up at the camp, one of the hikers shouted my name. His voice sounded distant, stretched thin by the terrain. I turned halfway, about to respond, when the sound came again from the crack sharper, closer. It made me flinch, and in that brief moment, the light shifted. I saw something then. Not clearly, not enough to describe with certainty, a shape that didn't match the contours of the rock, positioned at an angle that suggested depth where there shouldn't have been any. It withdrew as quickly as it appeared, slipping back into the darkness beyond the reach of the beam. I stood there longer than I should have. Not long enough for the night to settle back into its quiet. Long enough for the absence of the sound to feel deliberate. When I finally stepped back, I realized how close I had gotten to the edge of the crack. One more step and I might have lost my footing entirely. The ground there was loose, the angle deceptive. I returned to the camp, without saying much. The hikers didn't press me for details. They could see enough in my face to understand that whatever I'd gone to check hadn't made anything clearer. We didn't sleep at all after that. At first light, we packed up and left. I kept us moving steadily, choosing a route that avoided the fractured side completely. The sounds didn't follow us in the morning. In daylight, the mountain looked like any other, solid, silent, almost ordinary. We reached the trailhead by late morning. The hikers thanked me, their voices carrying a kind of forced normalcy. They didn't mention the sounds again. Most people don't once they're away from it. I filed the trip report the way I always do. Weather conditions, route taken, no incidents. There's no official category for what we experienced. Nothing that fits cleanly into the kind of language those reports require. A few days later, I heard that another group had gone missing near the fractures. Tourists, not locals. They had left the marked paths according to the initial search notes. The teams went out again, ropes and equipment, mapping, calling down into the cracks. They reported hearing sounds during the search. Not consistently, not enough to document as anything other than environmental noise. That's how it's always written, environmental noise. I haven't been back to that side of the mountain since. Sometimes late at night when the air is still and the temperature drops just enough, I think I hear something carried on the wind from that direction. It's never clear, never close enough to be certain, but it has the same shape, that same broken rise and fall, like a voice trying to force its way through stone. I reached the station just after dawn, when the tide slackened enough for the launch to nose into the lee side of the rock. The tower was already lit, its lantern revolving with a steady, indifferent rhythm that made the rest of the place feel staged, as if someone had left the mechanism running and stepped out of the scene. The air smelled of salt and cold iron. Gulls circled but didn't land. We were the relief crew, 2 of us sent to rotate the keepers off their post after a standard stretch. The schedule was precise out here because it had to be. The rock didn't forgive lapses. and the shipping lanes depended on that light burning without interruption. From the charts and the coastal office, everything had been normal. No storm warnings, no missed transmissions, just a routine changeover. But the closer we came, the more the routine thinned. The door to the station building was closed, latched from the outside as it should be, but there were scuffs on the threshold that didn't match the usual wear. I noticed them before anything else. Thin arcs like something had been dragged and then set down again. My partner busied himself with the mooring line, calling out the usual checks in a low voice, more habit than necessity. The sea was calm, too calm for the stories that would come later. Inside, the station felt occupied in a way that didn't align with absence. The clock on the wall ticked. The kettle sat on the stove, still half full. A plate was set at the table with bread cut and butter spread, but the knife lay beside it untouched, the butter beginning to film over. Another place had been laid opposite, cup and saucer, tea leaves measured out. The water never poured. It looked like someone had been interrupted mid-motion and had not returned to finish even the smallest act. I remember thinking then that interruptions don't usually erase people. We moved through the rooms as procedure required, calling out, checking for injury, for any sign of distress. No one answered. The beds in the sleeping quarters were unmade, but not in a way that suggested haste. The blankets were thrown back as if the men had risen in the night and intended to come back. Boots were by the door, one pair missing. Oilskins hung on their pegs, two still there, one gone. That was the first count that didn't settle in my head. 3 keepers assigned, 3 sets of gear accounted for in the wrong proportions. The lantern room was the only place that felt exactly as it should. The light mechanism hummed, gears meshing cleanly. The glass panes wiped free of salt. The logbook lay open on the narrow desk beneath the window. I turned to it out of reflex, expecting routine entries, fuel checks, visibility notes, minor maintenance. What I found didn't fit the day. The entries described a storm that had not happened. The handwriting was familiar enough, steady, practical, the kind of script you get from men who write only when they must. The first note mentioned a sudden shift in wind at nightfall, a drop in pressure that made the lamps flicker. The next entry, written hours later, recorded heavy seas striking the rock with unusual force, spray reaching the upper windows. There were details about securing loose items, about checking the fog signal, about one of the men going outside to verify the moorings. I paused there, reading the line twice. Going outside in that kind of weather wasn't standard unless something was already wrong, but the coastal records showed no storm, no barometric drop. The sea that morning had been calm enough for us to make the approach without difficulty. The last entry was written in a tighter hand, the letters pressed harder into the page. Sound persists even when wind drops. Not in the instruments, heard in the walls. There was no signature beneath it, no time noted, just that line, and then nothing. My partner came up behind me, glanced over my shoulder and let out a breath. He tried to keep even. He said it might be a misreading, that the men could have exaggerated a squall, that sometimes out here the weather plays tricks on perception. He was right in the way that explanations often are. Right before they fail, we check the exterior next. The rock sloped sharply down to the water on all sides, leaving little room for anything to remain hidden. There were no signs of a fall, no broken railings, no equipment out of place beyond the scuffs I had seen earlier. The mooring lines were secure. The small outbuilding where supplies were kept was locked, its contents undisturbed. What we did find, near the edge of the rock where the spray would reach in heavier weather, was a length of rope coiled in a way that didn't match the usual storage. It had been uncoiled and then wound again, but not tightly. The end was frayed as if it had been under strain and then released. There were marks on the stone nearby, shallow grooves that might have been made by something pulled across it. Though there was nothing there now, we stood there longer than necessary, both of us looking out over a sea that gave nothing back. Back inside, the sense of interruption deepened the longer we stayed. It wasn't just the meal left unfinished or the beds left open. It was the small things, a book face down on a chair, a pen uncapped beside the logbook, a jacket draped over a railing as if its owner had stepped away for a moment. These are the traces of presence that usually resolve into absence when enough time passes. Here, they felt suspended, as if time had stalled at the point of departure. We went through the logbook again. Slower this time. The entries before the storm notes were unremarkable. Steady observations of visibility, routine maintenance, minor repairs. There was no hint of strain, no indication that the man had been anything but competent and composed. The shift in tone was abrupt, contained entirely within those last few pages. I tried to align the written storm with the physical state of the station. If the seas had been as heavy as described, there would have been damage, or at least signs of it. Salt deposits, displaced equipment, something out of place, but the station was intact. The only marks were those scuffs at the door and the rope by the edge. My partner suggested we might be dealing with a shared misperception, something that can happen in isolated conditions. He didn't use the word, but I knew what he meant. A break, not in one mind but across several. It was a possibility that fit the lack of physical evidence, the mismatch between the logbook and the records. It didn't explain the rope or the way the light had continued to operate without interruption. We checked the mechanisms next, running through the maintenance routines, as if the act itself might restore a sense of normalcy. The fuel levels were within expected ranges. The clockwork had been wound recently. There was no sign that the light had faltered. If the keepers had experienced distress, it had not extended to neglecting their primary duty. That, more than anything, unsettled me. As the day wore on, the absence began to take on a shape. It wasn't empty in the way an abandoned place is empty. It was precise, bounded by the last actions of the men who had been there. They had prepared a meal, they had written in the logbook, they had maintained the light, and then at some point that was not recorded, they had left the interior of a safe structure and not returned. There are protocols for this kind of situation, though they are rarely needed. We signaled the mainland, reported the absence, described the state of the station. The response was measured, procedural. A search would be organized. Additional personnel would be sent. We were to remain on site, maintain the light, and preserve the scene as much as possible. Evening came without incident. The sea remained calm, the sky clear. There was no sign of the storm the logbook described. No shift in pressure, no change in the wind. The light continued its rotation, cutting across the water in steady intervals. It was after dark that I first noticed the sound. It wasn't loud. It wasn't even distinct at first. More a suggestion than a noise. A low presence that seemed to sit just below the threshold of hearing. I dismissed it as the usual collection of mechanical hums and distant surf. The kind of background that fades until you focus on it. But when I stood still, when I let the other sounds settle, it remained. My partner didn't comment on it and I didn't ask. There are things you don't introduce into a situation like that unless you have to. Instead, I moved through the station again, listening as I went. The sound wasn't localized. It didn't come from the lantern room or the engine or the walls themselves. It seemed to be everywhere and nowhere at once, a constant that didn't align with any visible source. I found myself back at the logbook without remembering the path I had taken to get there. The last entry sat where I had left it, the ink dry, the indentation of the pen visible where the writer had pressed harder. Sound persists, even when wind drops. Not in the instruments, heard in the walls. I read it again, and this time it felt less like a record and more like a warning that had not been delivered in time. The night passed without further incident, if you can call it that. The sound did not grow, did not change. It remained a steady undercurrent that resisted definition. We maintained our duties, checked the light, recorded our own entries with a precision that bordered on insistence. We noted the calm sea, the clear sky, the absence of weather that would justify what had been written before. Morning brought the same stillness. The relief vessel that was supposed to bring additional personnel did not arrive as scheduled, delayed by some minor issue on the mainland. We were alone on the rock, the two of us, the station, and the traces of the men who had been there before us. By midday, the sense of routine had begun to erode. It wasn't dramatic. It didn't announce itself. It was a gradual shift, a misalignment between what we were doing and why we were doing it. The tasks remained the same, but the context had thinned. We were maintaining a light for ships that we could not see. In a place where the last record contradicted the reality in front of us, the sound remained. I noticed my partner pausing more often, standing in the same place for longer than necessary, as if listening for something he wasn't naming. When he did speak, it was about practical things, the level of fuel, the timing of the next check. He did not mention the logbook. He did not mention the rope. In the late afternoon, I went back to the edge of the rock where we had found it. The rope was still there, coiled loosely, the frayed end resting against the stone. The grooves beside it seemed deeper in the angled light, more defined. I crouched to examine them, tracing their path with my eyes. They led toward the water, then stopped. There was no indication of what had been pulled, or why. I stood there for a long time, the sound present even out in the open air, where it should have dissipated if it were tied to the structure. It didn't. It remained constant, unaccounted for. When I turned back toward the station, I had the distinct impression that something had shifted behind me. Though the sea was unchanged, the horizon flat and empty. That evening we prepared a meal and did not eat it. It wasn't a conscious decision. We set the table out of habit, boiled water, cut bread. We sat down, and then we didn't proceed. The act of eating seemed out of place, as if it belonged to a sequence we had stepped out of without realizing it. The plate sat there, the food cooling, mirroring what we had found on our arrival. I became aware of the parallel as it was happening, the way our actions were aligning with those of the missing men. It didn't feel like imitation. It felt like continuation. We left the table as it was. Night fell again, and with it, a tightening of the space around us. The station felt smaller, the rooms closer together, the walls more present. The sound was no longer something I had to focus on to perceive. It was there as immediate as the ticking clock, as the turning of the light. At some point, without discussion, we both moved toward the door. I remember the latch under my hand, the cool metal, the slight resistance as it lifted. I remember the way the air outside felt no different from the air inside. The same salt, the same cold. There was no storm. There was no wind. Beyond a light breeze, the rock was as we had left it. The rope lay coiled near the edge. The grooves in the stone caught the lantern's sweep, appearing and disappearing in the rhythm of the light. We stepped out. I can account for everything up to that point, with the kind of clarity that comes from repetition and training. After that, the sequence becomes less precise. There are impressions rather than events, fragments that don't align into a continuous record. The sound was still there, but it seemed to have direction now, a pull rather than a presence. It drew us toward the edge where the rope lay, toward the grooves that led nowhere. I remember thinking that if there had been a storm, if the seas had been as described, this would have been the place to secure something, to hold against a force that could pull a man from his footing. But the sea was calm. We moved closer. There is a point in any account where the line between observation and inference becomes difficult to maintain. I am aware of that as I try to set this down, to keep to what can be stated without extension. We were at the edge. The rope was between us. The grooves were underfoot. The light passed over us in steady intervals, illuminating then leaving us in shadow. The sound persisted. I recall looking back at the station, at the open door, at the table inside, with the untouched meal. I recall the sense that we were repeating something that had already happened, that the sequence had been set and we were moving through it without deviation. After that, there is a gap. When I regained a clear sense of sequence, I was inside again, standing in the lantern room, the logbook open in front of me. My hands were on the desk. The pen lay where I had left it earlier. There was a new entry on the page. The handwriting was mine. It described the calm sea, clear sky, the absence of any weather that would justify what had been recorded before. It noted the condition of the station, the untouched meal, the rope by the edge. It mentioned the sound briefly, without elaboration. At the end of the entry, there was a line I did not remember writing. Went outside to verify. There was no signature beneath it. I do not know how long I had been there, or how much time had passed since we had stepped out. My partner was not in the room. I called out, moved through the station, checked each space as we had done upon arrival. He was not there. The rope by the edge was gone. The grooves in the stone remained, but they seemed shallower, less defined, as if whatever had made them had been removed. The sea was unchanged. The light continued to turn. The meal sat on the table, untouched. I wrote the report that was expected, the one that would be sent back to the mainland when the vessel arrived. I recorded the facts as I could verify them: the absence of the keepers, the state of the station, the discrepancy in the logbook. I did not include the parts that could not be aligned with anything outside of my own experience. The relief vessel came the following morning. They asked the questions that are asked in these situations, moved through the station with the same procedures we had followed. They noted the absence, the untouched meal, the logbook entries that described a storm that had not occurred. They did not mention any sound. I left the station with them, stepping back onto the launch, watching the rock recede as we pulled away. The light continued to revolve, steady and indifferent, as it had when we arrived. In the days that followed, the official record settled into a form that could be filed and referenced. 3 keepers missing, 1 relief crew member unaccounted for, no signs of struggle, no evidence of severe weather. The station found in working order. The logbook entries remained part of the record, noted as anomalous but not explained. I have read those entries since, compared them to my own, traced the progression from routine to something that did not fit. There is a consistency in the shift, a pattern that suggests a shared experience rather than isolated incidents. I do not claim to understand it. What I can state is this: the light did not fail. The duties were maintained up to the point of absence. The interior of the station was left in a state that suggests interruption rather than abandonment. The only recorded indication of distress is contained within the logbook, describing a storm that did not occur and a sound that was not present in the instruments. I still hear it sometimes, in places where there are no walls to carry it, no mechanisms to produce it. It does not change. It does not grow. It persists, even when everything else is still. When it does, I find myself thinking of the rock, the grooves in the stone, the rope that was there and then wasn't, and the way the light kept turning as if nothing had happened at all. I remember the way the guideline felt in my hand before I dropped below the lip of the sinkhole, a taut nylon certainty running from my reel into the dark water, the one promise you trust more than your own sense of direction when the light dies. I checked it twice, clipped it clean, and slipped under with the kind of calm that comes from doing the same sequence 100 times without incident. The entrance shaft was narrow but familiar from the survey notes, a straight descent that opened into a sloping tunnel. My primary light cut a clean cone through the water, bright enough to flatten the silt on the floor into a pale ribbon. I kept my trim steady and my fins slow, careful not to stir anything up this early. There's a way your breathing settles when everything is right, a steady draw and release that you can feel in your chest and hear in the regulator, like a metronome set to the work. I ran the line along the right wall as planned, placing arrows at intervals that made sense for a return under stress. The cave took a gradual turn, then dipped again. My backup lights were secured where they should be, tanks balanced, valves open. I remember touching each piece of equipment in sequence, a habit I picked up after watching someone miss a simple switch in a much easier dive. I wasn't going to be that person. At around the first major restriction, the tunnel pinched down to a slot just wide enough for my shoulders. I paused there, letting my breathing slow, angling my body so the tanks cleared without scraping. The rock felt close on both sides, the kind of proximity that amplifies small mistakes. I guided the line through and pulled myself gently along, careful not to snag anything. On the other side, the passage opened again, and I let out a small stream of bubbles that drifted up and vanished into the black. I checked my time and gas, noted the distance in my head. The plan was conservative: turn early, leave a wide margin. There's no room for improvisation in a place like that, not if you intend to come back further in. The cave branched into a low, flat corridor with a layer of fine silt that looked undisturbed. I felt a small lift of curiosity, the kind that pushes you a little deeper, but I stayed on the main line. I placed another marker, confirmed direction, and kept moving. The walls here were smooth in places, eroded into shapes that caught the light and threw it back in soft, uneven reflections. It was quiet except for the constant rhythm of my breathing and the occasional tick of gear. The first hint that something was off came as a subtle change in the way my fin kicks felt. The water seemed heavier, as if I were pushing through something thicker. I slowed, watched the beam of my light, and saw faint motes lifting from the floor where my fin wash reached. I adjusted my position, raised my knees, tried to minimize disturbance. It settled for a moment. Then the tunnel dipped again, and the ceiling lowered enough that I had to angle my head to keep from knocking my light. I followed the line by touch more than sight, my glove brushing it at regular intervals. The visibility dropped a notch, not enough to worry me, but enough to sharpen my focus. I remember thinking that I should mark a turn soon, even though my gauges still showed plenty of margin. I stopped at a slight widening, secured a directional marker pointing out, and took a second to reassess. My breathing had quickened without me noticing. I forced it back into rhythm, counting the draw and release without actually counting, just feeling for that even pace again. The cave ahead looked similar to what I'd already passed. Another stretch of low ceiling and silt. I turned. On the way back, the cave felt different. It always does, but this was more than the usual reversal. The shapes seemed less distinct, the line less obvious in the beam of my light. I kept a hand on it, sliding along, trusting the markers I had placed. The first one appeared where I expected, confirming I was on the right path. I moved past it, careful not to kick up more silt. Somewhere between that marker and the next, my fin brushed the floor harder than I intended. It was a small mistake, a slight loss of control as I adjusted my trim under the low ceiling. But in that environment, small mistakes don't stay small. A cloud of fine silt billowed up instantly, a pale curtain that swallowed the light. I stopped, froze in place, and waited for it to settle. It didn't. Instead, the cloud spread, thickening until the beam from my primary light reflected back at me. A white wall inches from my mask. I switched to a tighter beam, tried to cut through it, but it only illuminated more suspended particles. The water had turned opaque. I tightened my grip on the line, reassuring myself that I still had a physical reference. This is what the training is for, I told myself. Lost visibility. Follow the line. Slow movements. No panic. I could do this blind if I had to. I started forward again, one hand on the line, the other tucked in to avoid snagging. My fins moved in small, controlled motions. The cave ceiling brushed the top of my tank, reminding me of how little space there was. I focused on the tactile feedback, the line sliding through my fingers, the occasional roughness where it crossed a rock. After what felt like a short distance, my hand found a marker. I felt the shape, confirmed the direction, and moved on. My breathing was louder now. The regulators inhale a sharp pull, the exhale a rush of bubbles I couldn't see. I forced myself to slow it down again, to keep from burning through gas too quickly. The next stretch seemed longer, without visual cues. Time stretched in strange ways. I measured progress by the feel of the line, the subtle changes in tension. At one point it went slack, then taut again as if it had shifted slightly. I paused, traced it back a few inches, then forward, making sure it was still anchored where it should be. It felt secure. Then my hand slipped off. It was a momentary thing, a loss of contact as my glove slid over something smooth. I reached out immediately, sweeping in a small arc where the line should have been. My fingers met only water. I widened the search, careful not to move too much, keeping my body as still as possible to avoid worsening the silt. My other hand stayed close to my chest. I traced outward again, a little further this time, then back, trying to relocate the line by feel. Nothing. I told myself it was just a matter of inches, that I had drifted slightly and the line was still there. I extended my arm more, sweeping a broader area. My fin brushed the ceiling, sending a faint vibration through my body. I froze again, then resumed the search, slower, more deliberate. The line was gone. I switched to my backup light, hoping a different angle might cut through the silt enough to give me a hint of direction. It made no difference. The water remained a solid wall of suspended particles, reflecting everything back. I reached for my reel, the safety spool I carried for exactly this scenario. My fingers found it clipped to my harness. I unclipped it, secured the end to a point on the wall I could feel, and began to pay out line in a slow circle, searching for the main guideline. The circle expanded gradually, my body pivoting in place. The spool unwound between my fingers, a thin line marking my path back to the starting point of the search. I kept the radius small at first, then larger, careful to maintain orientation. Still nothing. My breathing accelerated again despite my efforts. I could feel the increased resistance in each inhale, the way my chest tightened slightly. I checked my gauges by bringing them close to my mask, angling the light to read them through the haze. The numbers were lower than I liked, but not yet critical. There was still time. If I could find the line, I continued the search. Expanding the circle further, the spool line grew longer, a tether to a point that might not even be useful if I couldn't reconnect to the main path. My fin clipped something solid, and I felt a jolt through my leg. I reached down, confirmed it was just rock, then resumed. At some point, the spool jerked in my hand, a sudden tension that pulled my wrist. I followed it back, thinking I had snagged something, maybe even the main line. My fingers traced along until they reached the anchor point I had set. The line had looped around a projection, tightening on itself. I freed it, but the brief hope it gave me faded quickly. I adjusted my approach, moving slightly forward while maintaining contact with the spool line, trying to cover new ground. The cave here felt unfamiliar without sight, the walls closer or farther than I expected. My shoulder brushed rock. Then my tank scraped lightly against the ceiling. I corrected, but the sense of orientation was slipping. I paused again, forced myself to think. The last marker I had felt was behind me, somewhere in the cloud. The main line had been straight, more or less, following the right wall. If I could find that wall, I might be able to trace it back to the line. I reached out to my right, feeling for rock. My hand met empty water. I moved slightly, extended further, and finally touched a surface. It felt smooth, slightly curved. I followed it with my hand, keeping my body close, moving slowly along its contour. For a few seconds it worked. The wall gave me a reference, something to orient against. I moved hand over hand, hoping to intersect the line where it ran along this surface. Then the wall ended. My hand slid into open space again, the sudden absence of contact more disorienting than the darkness. I pulled back, tried to relocate the edge, but the geometry of the cave here was irregular. The passage must have widened or split, creating a pocket where the wall fell away. I checked my gas again. The needle had dropped further, the margin shrinking. My breathing was now a problem I couldn't fully control. Each inhale deeper than it should be. Each exhale a rush. I could feel but not see. I made a decision to move in, what I believed was the direction of the exit, using the faint memory of my approach and the orientation of the last marker. It was a calculated guess, the kind you try to avoid but sometimes can't. I held the spool line in one hand and moved forward, letting it pay out behind me. My other hand reached ahead, feeling for obstacles. The cave seemed to narrow again, the ceiling dropping. My tank bumped lightly, then harder as I misjudged the clearance. I adjusted, but the movement stirred more silt, thickening the cloud even further. At some point, my fin caught the spool line, wrapping it briefly around my ankle. I stopped, reached down and freed it, but the delay cost me both time and composure. My breathing spiked again, and I could feel the regulator struggling slightly to keep up with the demand. I tried to slow down to regain that steady rhythm from the beginning, but the environment pressed in from all sides. The absence of sight, the the tight space, the knowledge of the overhead rock, all of it compounded into a pressure that was hard to ignore. I remember bringing the camera up at some point, more out of habit than intention, angling it forward even though there was nothing to see. The red indicator light glowed faintly, a small steady point in the darkness. I don't know why I kept it running. Maybe because it was something familiar, something routine. My movements became less precise. I felt it in the way my fins kicked, in the way my hands searched ahead. The cave offered no feedback beyond the occasional hard contact with rock. The spool line dragged behind me, a thin connection to a place I could no longer visualize. My gas was low now, the gauge needle hovering in a range I had never intended to reach in an overhead environment. Each breath felt more urgent, the regulator's resistance more noticeable. I tried to conserve to take smaller breaths, but my body pushed back, demanding more. I slowed to a stop, hovering as best I could in the confined space. I closed my eyes for a moment, even though it made no difference, and focused on the feel of the water around me, the slight movement of my own body, the tension in the line behind. I reached out one more time, sweeping my hand in a controlled arc, searching for anything that could guide me. Rock, line, any change in texture. My fingers met only the same thick, unyielding cloud. The last clear memory I have is of my hand drifting in front of my mask, the glove outlined faintly by the light, then disappearing as the beam scattered back at me. The sound of my breathing filled everything, loud and uneven, a reminder of time passing in a place where time had lost its usual meaning. The cave pressed close, unseen but unmistakable, and the line I had trusted was somewhere beyond reach, running through the dark without me. I woke to the smell before I understood the heat, a bitter, oily smoke that didn't belong to wood or winter kindling, and I remember thinking something was wrong with the stove, even as the ceiling above me flickered orange. By the time I swung my legs out of bed, the hallway was already breathing smoke. It moved low and fast, like it had somewhere to be. I called out for the kids as I pulled on my boots, my voice catching in my throat from the first lungful. No one answered. That wasn't unusual at that hour. It was late, well past midnight, the kind of quiet where the house settles into itself and every small noise sounds larger than it is. I stepped into the hall and felt the heat push back. It wasn't gradual, it was immediate, like opening an oven. The far end, where the living room met the front door, was glowing through the smoke, a pulsing, angry light. I turned the other way toward the bedrooms. Their doors were closed. That detail has never left me. I reached the first one and grabbed the knob. It was warm but not burning. I opened it and shouted their names. The room was empty. The bed was made the way it had been hours earlier, blanket tucked, pillow dented from earlier that night. No sign of anyone getting up in a hurry. No clothes on the floor. No window open. I moved to the next room. Same thing. Empty bed. Still air. No movement. By then, the smoke was thick enough that I had to crouch. I remember thinking I must be wrong, that they must have gotten up for water or gone to the bathroom together. Kids do that, cluster up when they're half asleep. I called again, louder this time, my voice breaking as I went room to room. Nothing. Behind me, something in the living room gave way with a sharp crack. The sound ran through the house like a warning. I could feel the fire growing, not just hear it. The heat changed, deepened, like it had found something bigger to feed on. I turned toward the bathroom, my last hope inside those walls. The door was ajar. I pushed it open with the back of my hand. Empty. The mirror was fogging from the heat. The light was still off. I don't remember deciding to leave the house. I just remember the next moment being outside, coughing hard enough to taste metal, the cold air cutting into my chest. The front of the house was already burning through the windows, flames licking out like they'd been waiting for oxygen. My wife was standing in the yard, barefoot, wrapped in a coat she must have grabbed on her way out. Her face was gray with ash, her eyes fixed on the house like she could still see through the walls. "They're not inside," I said, or tried to say. It came out in pieces. She shook her head once, fast, like she was rejecting the words before they settled. Then she moved past me, toward the door. I caught her by the arm. The heat was too much now. Even standing 10 feet away, it felt like standing too close to a bonfire. The roof over the living room sagged inward, with a slow, terrible bend. "They're not in there," I said again, more clearly this time, because I needed it to be true. She looked at me then, and really looked, and I saw the same realization forming in her eyes that had been forming in mine. If they weren't in the rooms and they weren't in the bathroom, then they had to have gotten out. But we hadn't seen them, and the yard was empty. The neighbors started arriving after that, drawn by the glow. Someone called the fire department. Someone tried to get closer with a hose, but it didn't matter. The fire had a hold on the place in a way I'd never seen. It moved too quickly, like it had started in more than one place. I remember one of the neighbors asking if everyone was out, and I said yes without thinking. It felt easier in that moment to say it than to explain the other thing. The absence, the not knowing. The trucks came, lights cutting through the smoke, men moving with purpose. They worked the fire until there was nothing left to burn but the frame, and even that gave in before dawn. We stood there the whole time, my wife and I, watching our house turn into something unrecognizable. Every now and then, I would scan the edge of the property, the road, the line of trees beyond it, expecting to see small figures standing there, confused, waiting for us to notice them. No one was there. When the fire was finally out, and the sun started to come up, everything looked smaller. The house was a blackened shape, collapsed inward, the windows gone, the roof flattened. Steam rose from the debris in thin, twisting lines. That's when the questions began. At first, they were simple. Where were the children? Had anyone seen them leave the house? Did they have a place they might have gone? We answered as best we could, which wasn't well. They searched the yard, then the immediate area. They called out names. They checked with neighbors. No one had seen anything. No one had heard anything beyond the fire itself. Then someone mentioned the phone. It was a small thing, easy to overlook. The line ran from the house to a pole near the road. One of the firefighters had noticed it hanging loose, not burned through but cut clean. The ends separated by a few inches like someone had taken their time. I walked out to look at it myself. The cut was smooth, not frayed, not melted, deliberate. That was the first moment something colder than the night air settled into me. They asked about our vehicles next. We had one parked near the side of the house, another closer to the road. The one near the house was too close to the fire. The paint was blistered, the windows cracked. The other looked untouched. When I tried to start it, the engine turned once, then stopped with a hollow click. I tried again, same result. A mechanic later said something about the distributor cap being out of place. I didn't know what that meant at the time. I only knew the car hadn't worked when we needed it. More people arrived as the morning went on. Officials, investigators. They moved through the remains of the house with careful steps, marking areas, taking notes. They were looking for bodies. They didn't find any. That fact became the center of everything that followed. In a fire like that, they said, there should have been something. Bone fragments. Teeth. Something to indicate that anyone had been inside when it burned. There was nothing. They explained it in ways that sounded reasonable when you heard them quickly. High heat can do things. Fires can burn hotter than people expect. Structures can collapse in ways that scatter remains, but every explanation seemed to require an extra step, an assumption that didn't sit right when you held it too long. The rooms where the kids had slept hadn't been the origin of the fire. That much was clear. The worst of the damage was toward the front of the house, near the living room and entryway. The bedrooms had burned, but not in a way that suggested the fire had started there, and still, there was nothing, no trace. As the days turned into weeks, more details surfaced. Small things, at first. A neighbor who thought they'd seen a car idling near the road earlier that night. Someone else who mentioned hearing a noise, not an explosion, not exactly, but something sharp, before the fire was visible. There was a man who came forward and said he'd been passing through the area hours before, that he'd noticed our house because of the decorations we'd put up for the holiday. He said he saw shadows moving inside when it should have been quiet, shapes that didn't match the rhythm of a sleeping household. He couldn't describe them clearly, just movement where there shouldn't have been any. The investigators took all of it down. They followed what leads they could. Most of them went nowhere. The official line settled into something that sounded final but felt incomplete. Accidental fire. Possible electrical issue. Children presumed lost in the blaze. But that word presumed never sat right because there was no proof of it. We stayed in the area. People asked us why, and I never had a clean answer. Part of it was practical, part of it was something else, something harder to put into words. Leaving felt like closing a door I wasn't ready to close. We rebuilt. Not on the same spot, but close enough that I could still see the place where the old house had stood. The ground there never quite returned to normal. The grass grew unevenly, patches of it thinner, like the soil remembered. Every now and then we would go over the events again. My wife and I, not out loud but in the way you do when you've shared something that doesn't make sense. We would check the details against each other without speaking. The doors closed, the empty beds, the cut line, the car that wouldn't start, the absence of sound from the rooms where there should have been voices. Years passed, but the questions didn't soften. If anything, they sharpened. There were moments, small, quiet ones, when something would surface that felt like a clue. A reported sighting in another town. A name that matched one of theirs on a list somewhere. We followed each one as far as it would go. None of them led back to us. I started keeping notes at some point. Dates, names, places, anything that might connect. It became a way of holding on to something solid, a record that the search hadn't stopped even when everything else had. Sometimes, late at night, I would walk out to the edge of the property and look toward the road. It's a quiet stretch, not much traffic, especially at that hour. The trees line up in a way that makes the darkness feel deeper than it is. I would stand there and listen, not for anything specific, just listen. There were nights when I thought I heard something beyond the usual sounds. A faint movement, a shift in the leaves that didn't match the wind. Once, I thought I saw a shape near the tree line, something small and still. I walked toward it, slow, careful, not wanting to scare off whatever it might be. There was nothing there when I reached the spot. I don't tell many people about that. It sounds like the kind of thing you say when you're trying to force meaning onto empty space. But I know what I saw, or what I thought I saw, and I know what we didn't find in that house. The fire took everything it could. It left behind ash, twisted metal, the outline of a life that had been there hours before. What it didn't leave were the children. That absence has a weight to it. It sits in the background of every day, not always at the front of my mind, but never fully gone. People have asked me over the years what I think happened. They want a conclusion, something they can hold on to, a way to file the story away. I don't give them one, because every explanation I've heard requires ignoring at least one fact that I know to be true. The doors were closed. The beds were empty. The phone line was cut. The car wouldn't start. And there was nothing in the ashes. Sometimes, when I'm out by the road, I think about how quickly it could have happened. How little time it would take for someone to move through a house like ours, late at night, when everything is quiet and predictable. I think about the fire starting after that, not before. I think about the way it burned, fast and focused, like it had a purpose. And I think about the fact that even now, all these years later, there has never been a single piece of evidence to prove that they died in that house. Only the assumption, only the story people settled on, because it was easier than the alternative. I still go out there some nights, stand at the edge of the dark, and listen for something that might close the distance between then and now. The trees don't answer. The road stays empty, and the place where the old house stood never quite feels like it's done holding its breath. I first saw him on a terminal monitor that wasn't meant for passengers. A grainy split screen tucked behind a half-open door near gate C-17. where the morning light comes in flat and colorless, and everything looks like it's already been handled by someone else. The feed showed a man in hospital scrubs running barefoot across polished tile, one sock half peeled off, the other missing entirely, his steps uneven but fast enough to outpace the security officer entering frame. Seconds too late. There was no luggage, no phone in his hands, nothing but the thin fabric clinging to him, and the look on his face, wide and fixed, like he'd already decided something irreversible. I wasn't supposed to be back there. I'd stepped away from my own gate after a delay announcement, drawn by the hum of equipment and the flicker of motion on a screen that didn't belong to the public-facing side of the airport. The door had been propped open with a wedge of folded cardboard, and inside was a narrow room with 2 plastic chairs, a desk, and 6 monitors stacked in a grid. 5 showed normal things: escalators, baggage belts, empty corridors. The 6th was different. It was labeled with a code I didn't recognize, and the timestamp lagged by a few seconds compared to the others. On that screen, the man slipped on the tile, caught himself with one hand, and kept going. Behind him, a pair of medical staff in pale blue scrubs entered from the left, moving with urgency but not panic as if they'd done this before. One of them gestured ahead toward the exit doors that led out to the service road between the terminal and the long, low industrial buildings that sit just beyond the fence line. The camera angle shifted as he passed under it, and for a moment the frame lost him entirely. I remember noticing how clean everything looked. No blood, no broken glass, no sign of a struggle, just motion and the absence of anything that would slow him down. A voice sounded behind me, sharp and close, and I stepped back from the monitors. A security officer asked what I was doing in there. I said I'd taken a wrong turn, that I was looking for a restroom, and he pointed me back toward the concourse without raising his voice. Before I left, I glanced once more at the 6th screen. The man had reappeared, pushing through a set of double doors marked for staff only, the metal handles swinging hard enough to bounce back against the frame. Out on the concourse, the normal noise of an airport morning pressed in. Rolling suitcases, boarding calls, the steady flow of people moving with purpose. It felt disconnected from what I'd just seen, like the 2 spaces existed on different layers that didn't quite align. I checked the departure board out of habit, even though I already knew my flight was delayed. The time had shifted again, another hour added without explanation. I told myself it wasn't my concern. People run in airports for all kinds of reasons. Missing flights, personal emergencies, things that don't require anyone else to get involved. But the image of him stayed with me, the way his head turned slightly as he ran, as if he was listening for something behind him that wasn't visible on the screen. I walked toward the windows that look out over the service road. From there, you can see the chain-link fence that separates the controlled area from the strip of land leading to the warehouses and maintenance buildings. It's not a high fence, but it's topped with angled wire and spaced with cameras at regular intervals. Beyond it, the ground shifts from concrete to packed dirt and gravel, with tire tracks that crisscross in no clear pattern. At first, I didn't see anything unusual. A catering truck idled near a loading bay. A baggage cart moved slowly along a marked path. Then, at the far end of the road, near a section of fence partially obscured by a row of utility boxes, there was movement. A figure in pale fabric, small at that distance, moving faster than anything else in that space. He reached the fence and didn't hesitate. He grabbed the metal links with both hands and pulled himself up in a single motion that looked practiced, or at least driven by something that overrode hesitation. His bare foot slipped once on the lower rung, but he adjusted and kept climbing. The wire at the top caught the fabric of his scrubs, tearing it along the seam, but he forced himself over, dropping hard on the other side. No one was close enough to stop him. The nearest security vehicle was parked at the opposite end of the road, and by the time it started moving, he was already running again, heading toward the industrial buildings where the ground dips slightly, and the line of sight breaks. I watched until he disappeared behind a long, low structure with no windows on the side facing the fence. The vehicle slowed as it approached the spot where he'd crossed, then stopped. 2 officers got out and looked over the fence, scanning the area beyond. One of them spoke into a radio, his posture rigid, controlled. There was no visible urgency, just a shift in attention. I left the window and returned to my gate. Boarding was still delayed, the crowd thinner now as people drifted to find food or a place to sit. I took a seat near the charging stations and tried to focus on something else. My phone buzzed with a notification I didn't open. The overhead announcements blurred into a background pattern that didn't carry any specific meaning. After a while, curiosity pushed me back toward the corridor where I'd seen the monitors. The door was closed this time, the cardboard wedge gone. A small sign had been placed at eye level, stating that the area was restricted. I stood there for a moment, listening to the faint hum from inside, then moved on. Near the restrooms, I saw one of the medical staff from the video. The pale blue scrubs were the same, the posture slightly forward, as if still in motion even when standing still. He spoke quietly to a security officer, gesturing with one hand in a way that suggested explanation rather than alarm. I couldn't hear the words, only the cadence. The officer nodded once, then twice, and wrote something down on a small notepad. I passed by without slowing, catching only a fragment of their exchange as I moved out of range. The word transfer surfaced, then disappeared under the ambient noise. It didn't fit with what I'd seen. There had been no orderly movement, no preparation, nothing that resembled a controlled transfer from one place to another. Back at the gate, a new announcement came through, this time confirming a boarding time. People gathered their things, forming a loose line that tightened as the minutes passed. I joined them, my mind still returning to the image of the man at the fence, the way he'd climbed without looking down. As we moved forward, I noticed a pair of airport security officers positioned near the jet bridge entrance. Their presence wasn't unusual, but their focus seemed directed outward toward the concourse rather than the boarding process. One of them held a tablet, occasionally glancing at it before scanning the crowd. When it was my turn to board, I handed over my pass and stepped onto the jet bridge. The enclosed space amplified the sound of footsteps and rolling bags, creating a steady rhythm that carried us forward. Halfway down, I paused briefly to look through one of the small windows. From that angle, the service road was partially visible again, but the area near the fence was out of sight. On the plane, I took my seat and fastened the belt, the routine actions grounding me in something predictable. The cabin filled gradually, the overhead bins closing one by one. A flight attendant moved through the aisle, checking that everything was secure. The door closed with a muted thud, and the plane pushed back from the gate. As we taxied, I leaned slightly toward the window, trying to catch a glimpse of the industrial area beyond the terminal. The angle wasn't right, the buildings blocking most of the view. What I could see looked unchanged. No visible commotion, no cluster of vehicles or personnel that would suggest an ongoing search. We took off into a pale sky, the ground dropping away in a smooth, controlled ascent. The airport shrank beneath us, the patterns of runways and roads flattening into lines that lost their individual meaning. For a moment, I thought about how quickly someone could disappear in a space like that, how the scale of it allowed for movement that didn't register unless you were looking at the exact right place at the exact right time. I tried to sleep, but the image of the man running kept surfacing. Not the act itself, but the expression on his face, the way it didn't shift even as he moved through different spaces. It wasn't panic in the way I understood it. It was something more focused, more directed, as if the fear had a specific shape he was trying to outrun. When we landed at my destination, the day had shifted into afternoon, the light warmer and more forgiving. I went through the motions of arrival, disembarking, walking through the terminal, collecting my bag. The events of the morning felt distant, like something I'd seen in a clip that would eventually be explained or forgotten. It wasn't till later, in a hotel room with the television on low, that I saw it again. A brief segment on a local news channel framed as a minor incident at an international airport. The footage was the same angle I'd seen on the monitor. The man in scrubs running across the tile, the medical staff entering behind him. The clip cut just before he reached the exit doors. The anchor's voice described it as an unusual occurrence involving a patient who had left a medical facility connected to the airport. There was mention of ongoing efforts to locate the individual, a statement from airport authorities emphasizing that there was no threat to the public. The language was controlled, measured, designed to close the loop without providing detail. There was no footage of the fence, no mention of the industrial area, nothing about the point where he had actually left the secured space. The narrative ended at the doors, as if everything beyond them fell outside the frame of what needed to be reported. I turned off the television and sat in the quiet that followed, the room's air conditioning humming steadily. I thought about the gap between what I had seen and what was being shown, the way the story had been trimmed to fit a shape that didn't include the most critical part. Over the next few days, I checked for updates when I had the chance. There were none. The initial report faded from the rotation, replaced by other stories that held attention more easily. No follow-up, no confirmation of his location, no indication that he had been found, or that the search had concluded. What stayed with me wasn't just the disappearance, but the sequence that led to it. The sudden shift from containment to open space, the lack of any visible obstacle that could have explained the urgency, the presence of medical staff who moved with purpose but without visible alarm, the way the official account stopped short of the point where he actually left the controlled environment. Weeks later, back home, I found myself replaying the moment at the window, the figure climbing the fence. I tried to map out the area in my mind, to imagine where he could have gone once he reached the other side. The industrial buildings form a grid of corridors and blind spots, places where someone could move without being seen from the main road. Beyond that, there are service paths that lead to larger access roads, and from there the network expands. It's possible he kept running until he reached a point where the structures thinned out and the open land began. It's possible he found a place to hide, to rest, to reconsider whatever had driven him to that point. It's also possible that the initial perception of threat that caused him to flee didn't dissipate once he was outside, that it continued to shape his actions in ways that would have taken him further from any place where he could be easily located. I don't know what he thought he was escaping from. I only know that he moved as if staying in place was not an option, as if every second of delay increased the risk in a way that outweighed everything else. His belongings, his safety, the barriers that should have slowed him down. The last clear image I have is of him dropping from the top of the fence, landing hard and immediately pushing forward, not looking back, not checking his footing, just committing to the direction he had chosen. There are no answers attached to that image, no resolution that ties it to a known outcome. Just a sequence of events that begins with a man running through a controlled space and ends with him crossing a boundary that once passed, removes him from the frame entirely. I first heard the mountain before I saw it, a low, hollow crack that rolled across the scrub like distant thunder, and then cut off too clean to be weather. I had been walking since mid-morning along a dry creek bed, following a line of pale stones that locals said would eventually point me toward the black heat. They all avoided naming directly. The air was still, heavy in a way that made every sound carry farther than it should, and yet the noise from ahead seemed to come from inside the ground rather than across it. By the time the granite rose into view, it didn't look like a mountain so much as a collapsed wall of the earth itself. Huge slabs leaned against one another at angles that felt unstable even from a distance, stacked in a way that suggested they had been thrown there rather than formed. The surface was darker than I expected, stained in places with a slick green sheen that caught the light like wet glass. I stopped walking without deciding to. Listening again, nothing came. The silence that followed the earlier crack was thicker than the heat. People in town had given me reasons not to come. They kept them practical at first. Bad footing, sudden gaps, heat stroke. But the warnings always drifted into something less measurable. They spoke about people who went missing without a trace, about search parties that turned around after hearing things they couldn't place, about the way sound behaved strangely among the stones. One older man had traced a rough outline in the dust with his boot, and told me the mountain wasn't hollow but full of wrong spaces. He had shrugged after saying it as if he'd already said too much. I wasn't alone that day, not at first. 2 guides from a nearby community had agreed to take me as far as the outer edge of the boulder field. They walked ahead of me in a steady line, never stepping directly into the shadow of the rocks. Their pace slowed as we approached, and eventually one of them stopped and pointed to a break between 2 slabs where the ground dipped out of sight. He didn't look at me when he gestured. He just said we would go no farther. We stood there for a while, the three of us, the heat pressing down and the mountain giving nothing back. I could feel their attention on me without turning. When I finally stepped forward, choosing the path they had indicated, neither of them followed. I didn't hear them leave, but when I glanced back a few minutes later, they were already gone from the edge of the scrub. The first thing that struck me inside the boulder field was the temperature. It dropped sharply, not enough to be cold, but enough to raise goosebumps along my arms. The light fractured as it filtered through the gaps overhead, breaking into narrow bands that shifted whenever I moved. Underfoot, the ground wasn't solid. It gave slightly a thin layer of smaller stones and debris hiding deeper pockets I couldn't see. Each step required testing. Weight held back until I was sure it would hold. The green sheen I had noticed from a distance was more obvious up close. It clung to the rock faces in irregular patches, damp to the touch. When I brushed my fingers against it, it left a faint residue that smelled faintly metallic, like wet iron. I wiped my hand on my shirt and kept moving. Sound behaved differently there. My footsteps came back to me a fraction of a second late, as if someone else were walking just out of sync behind me. When I paused, the echo paused too, but not perfectly. There was always a slight lag, a suggestion of movement continuing after I had stopped. I told myself it was the shape of the rocks, the way the gaps and angles trapped and released sound. The first scream came in the early afternoon. It was distant, high and sharp, and it cut through the maze of stone in a way that made direction impossible to judge. But it didn't echo the way my footsteps did. It seemed to arrive from everywhere at once, then collapse into nothing. I froze, one hand braced against a slab, waiting for it to repeat. It didn't. In the silence that followed, I could hear my own breathing too loudly, the scrape of fabric as I shifted my weight. I moved toward where I thought it had come from, choosing a narrow passage between two leaning boulders that forced me to turn sideways. The rock pressed close on either side, rough against my shoulders. For a moment, the sky disappeared entirely, replaced by a thin strip of light ahead. When I stepped through, the space opened into a shallow basin surrounded by higher slabs. In the center of that basin, the ground dropped away. It wasn't a dramatic cliff, just a sudden depression about 2 meters across, its edges softened by loose stone. When I crouched and looked down, I couldn't see the bottom clearly. The light didn't reach far enough, and the sides curved inward slightly, swallowing what little brightness there was. I picked up a small rock and dropped it. It fell for longer than it should have, then struck something with a dull, hollow sound that echoed up in a way that made it difficult to judge depth. As I leaned closer, I heard it again. Not a scream this time, but something lower, like a voice carried through a wall. It wasn't clear enough to make out words. It rose and fell, a murmur that seemed to come from below my feet. I held still, trying to isolate it, to decide if it was wind moving through the gaps or something else entirely. Then it stopped, replaced by a sharp crack that reverberated through the basin. The sound was close this time, immediate, like a stone snapping under pressure. I jerked back from the edge, heart pounding, and scanned the surrounding rocks. Nothing moved. The slabs stood as they had before, heavy and unmoving. I stayed in that basin longer than I should have, circling the depression, testing the ground around it. There were no footprints but my own, no signs that anyone had been there recently. And yet the memory of the scream, the murmur from below, made it impossible to believe the place was empty. By late afternoon, the light had shifted enough to deepen the shadows between the rocks. The temperature dropped further, and a faint breeze began to move through the gaps, carrying with it a smell that reminded me of damp stone and something older, harder to place. I realized then that I had lost my sense of direction. The path I had taken in seemed straightforward at the time, left at a split, then right through a narrow passage, then straight across a sloping section. But from where I stood now, every route looked the same. The slabs formed repeating patterns, similar angles and shapes that made each turn feel familiar even when it wasn't. I tried to retrace my steps, marking a rock with a small scratch as I passed it. But within minutes, I came across a mark identical to the one I had just made. in a place I was sure I hadn't been. The second scream came as the light began to fade. It was closer than the first, sharp enough to make me flinch. This time it was followed by a series of shorter sounds, almost like calls rising and falling in quick succession. They didn't sound human anymore. Not entirely. There was a rhythm to them that felt mechanical, like something repeating a pattern it didn't fully understand. I moved faster then, choosing a direction at random and sticking to it. The ground grew more uneven, the gaps between the slabs deeper. In one place, I had to jump across a narrow fissure that dropped into darkness, the far side crumbling slightly under my weight as I landed. I didn't look down. As the sky darkened, the mountain seemed to come alive with sound. Cracks and pops echoed through the stone, some distant, others so close they felt like they were happening inside my chest. Occasionally, there was a deeper boom, like a muted explosion, followed by a long, low rumble that faded into the background. I tried to match them to natural causes, thermal stress, shifting rock, but the timing was irregular, the intensity unpredictable. At one point, I heard footsteps that weren't my own. They came from behind me, out of sync with my pace, crunching lightly over the loose stone. I stopped. They stopped. I turned slowly, scanning the narrow corridor I had just come through. Nothing. The shadows had deepened enough to obscure the finer details, but there was no movement, no shape that didn't belong to the rock itself. I told myself it was echo, the same delayed reflection I had noticed earlier. To test it, I took a step forward, then another. The sound followed, a fraction of a second behind. I stopped again. It continued for one more step before falling silent. I didn't run, but I moved as quickly as the terrain allowed, choosing wider passages when I could, avoiding the tighter squeezes that blocked out the sky. The last of the daylight drained away, leaving the mountain in a dim, diffuse glow that made everything look flatter than it was. My depth perception slipped. Edges appeared closer or farther than they should have, and more than once I caught myself just before stepping into a drop I hadn't seen. The voices started after full dark. They were faint at first, scattered fragments of sound that rose above the constant background of cracks and rumbles. As I moved, they seemed to gather, overlapping in a way that made them impossible to separate. Some were low, others higher, all of them just beyond comprehension. They came from different directions at once, shifting as I turned my head. I tried to focus on one, to follow it, but it dissolved as soon as I gave it attention. Another would take its place, slightly clearer, then fade in the same way. The effect was disorienting, like trying to listen to a conversation through a wall while the speakers moved constantly from room to room. At some point, I realized I was circling the same area. A distinctive slab with a long vertical crack appeared for the third time, then a fourth. Each time I approached it from a different angle, but the surrounding formations were unmistakable. The marks I had made earlier were there too, faint scratches catching what little light remained. I stopped near that slab, pressing my back against it, forcing myself to stay still. The sounds continued around me, but without movement, they seemed to settle into a pattern. The deeper rumbles came at irregular intervals, the cracks more frequent but less intense. The voices, or whatever they were, wove through both, rising and falling without ever resolving into anything clear. I don't know how long I stood there before the final sound came. It wasn't a scream, it was a single sharp report, louder than anything I had heard before, followed immediately by a rush of air that seemed to pull toward the ground. The loose stones at my feet shifted, sliding slightly toward the depression I had seen earlier, though it was nowhere in sight now. The pull lasted only a moment, then released, leaving the air still again. In the silence that followed, all the other sounds stopped. No cracks, no rumbles, no voices. Even the echo of my own breathing seemed to vanish. The absence was so complete it felt unnatural, like a space where sound itself had been removed. I pushed away from the slab and moved, choosing a direction without thinking. The darkness made it impossible to see more than a few steps ahead, but something in the air had changed. The heaviness I had felt earlier had lifted slightly, replaced by a faint current that seemed to guide me. I followed it, stepping carefully, one hand trailing along the rock to keep my bearings. After what felt like hours, a faint grayness appeared ahead, growing slowly into the outline of open sky. The slabs thinned, the gaps widened, and then I was out, standing at the edge of the boulder field with the scrub stretching away in front of me. The guides were gone. The place where they had waited was empty, the ground undisturbed. The night was quiet in a way that felt normal again, filled with distant insects and the soft movement of air through dry grass. I didn't go back the next day. I didn't try to find the basin, or the depression, or the marked slab. I left the area entirely, carrying with me only the memory of the sounds and the knowledge that I had been somewhere I didn't understand. Weeks later, I learned that another hiker had gone missing around the same time I had been there. He had entered from a different side with no guides and never came back out. Search teams found no trace of him, not a pack, not a footprint, nothing to suggest where he had gone. People still talk about the mountain in practical terms. They mention unstable ground, hidden gaps, the way sound travels unpredictably through the stone. They point to erosion, to algae, to the natural processes that shape and reshape the landscape over time. But sometimes when the wind is right and the air is still, they also mention the sound's cracks, like distant explosions, voices that don't resolve, and the occasional scream that seems to come from everywhere at once. I don't argue with any of it. I just remember standing in that basin, looking down into a space that didn't reflect light the way it should, and hearing something move far below where no one should have been. And I know that whatever explanation exists doesn't account for all of it. Not the timing, not the silence that followed, not the way the ground seemed to pull for a moment, as if something beneath the stone had shifted and taken something with it, leaving the surface untouched and the air empty, except for the echo of a sound that never quite finished. I didn't think much of the text when it came through, just that it was out of character enough to make me stop what I was doing and read it twice. It was the middle of the afternoon, heat sitting heavy over the industrial stretch by the tracks, the kind that makes the air shimmer above metal. I remember that because I was outside the shop when my phone buzzed, leaning against a dented railing and watching a freight train idle farther down the line. The message from Shiar was short, no punctuation, no emojis like she always used, just a flat line of words that didn't explain themselves. Something is wrong, I need a minute. That was it. No follow-up, no answer when I called. At first I told myself it was nothing. She worked nearby sometimes, picking up shifts at a warehouse office that backed up to the rail yard. The signal out there was bad. People got distracted, phones died. There were 100 normal explanations, and I cycled through all of them in the space of maybe 2 minutes. Then I called again, straight to voicemail. I sent a message back asking where she was, if she was okay, if she needed me to come get her. I watched the screen, waiting for the typing dots that never showed up. The heat pressed harder, or maybe I just started noticing it more. The train engine coughed somewhere down the track, a low mechanical sound that carried through the still air. 10 minutes passed, then 20. By the time I got in my car, I wasn't thinking clearly anymore. I drove toward the rail area she worked near, cutting through service roads and gravel lots, places where the pavement broke apart and weeds pushed through. It wasn't a place anyone lingered unless they had a reason. I found her car before I found anyone else. It was sitting at an angle across the tracks, not fully blocking them, but close enough that it didn't make sense. The driver's door was open. The engine was off. There was no one inside. I pulled up too fast, tires crunching over loose gravel, and left my own door open when I got out. The first thing I noticed was how quiet it felt, even with the distant hum of machinery. The second was that her bag was still on the passenger seat. I called her name out once, then again, louder. Nothing answered back. I walked around the car, checking the back seat, the trunk, like she might be hiding or playing some kind of joke that didn't fit her at all. Her phone wasn't there. Her keys were gone. There were no obvious signs of a struggle, no broken glass, no marks on the ground that I could make sense of. The driver's door creaked slightly as it shifted in the heat. I stepped away from the tracks and looked down the line in both directions. Empty. No train coming, no movement except heat distortion and a few distant figures near the warehouse buildings. That's when I noticed someone watching me. A man in a reflective vest stood maybe 30 yards away, near a stack of pallets. He didn't wave or call out. He just looked at me, then at the car, then back at me again. I walked toward him. He met me halfway, slow, like he wasn't in a hurry to be part of whatever was happening. "That your car?" he asked. "It's my girlfriend's," I said. "Have you seen her?" He hesitated, and that hesitation settled into something heavy in my chest. "I saw someone," he said finally. "A woman, walking away from it." "Where?" I asked. He pointed past the tracks toward a narrow strip of land that sloped down into a drainage area, overgrown with brush and weeds. Beyond that, more fencing, more industrial lots, nothing that looked like a place you'd choose to go. "She didn't look right," he added. "What does that mean?" He shrugged. Uncomfortable now. Just off. Like she wasn't paying attention to anything, she didn't look back. I didn't wait for anything else. I went in the direction he pointed, stepping over the tracks and onto the uneven ground beyond. The heat felt different there, thicker somehow, like it didn't move. I called her name again, louder this time, my voice catching on the dry air. No answer. The ground dipped into a shallow drainage ditch, mostly dry, lined with concrete in some places and dirt in others. There were patches of standing water further down, dark and still. The grass along the edges was tall and unkempt, bending slightly where something had passed through recently. I followed that disturbance, if that's what it was, pushing through the brush. It scratched against my arms, left faint lines on my skin. I kept expecting to see her ahead, standing there, confused, maybe embarrassed about the whole thing, but there was nothing, just the sound of insects and the distant clank of metal from the rail yard. I don't know how long I searched before I went back to the car. It could have been 15 minutes or an hour. Time didn't move normally after that point. It stretched and folded in ways that made it hard to keep track. More people had gathered by then. Another worker, a supervisor. Someone had already called it in. The police arrived quickly. Or maybe it just felt that way because everything else had slowed down. They asked me the same questions over and over, each time with slight variations, like they were trying to catch something I might say differently. "When was the last time you saw her? What did the message say? Did she seem upset earlier? Did you argue? Did she have any reason to leave?" I answered everything as clearly as I could. I showed them the text. One of them wrote it down in a small notebook, then read it back to me, like hearing it out loud might make it make more sense. It didn't. They searched the area more thoroughly than I had, spreading out along the ditch and the surrounding land. They checked nearby buildings, talked to anyone who might have seen something. More witnesses came forward, each with small pieces that didn't quite fit together. One person said they saw her walking steadily, not running, not looking around. Another said she seemed like she was talking to herself, though they couldn't hear anything from that distance. Someone else thought she might have been injured based on the way she moved, but they weren't sure. None of it formed a clear picture. Her mother arrived before the sun started to drop, and I remember wishing she hadn't had to see it like that. The car, the open door, the empty space where Chihar should have been. She didn't cry right away. She stood there taking it in, her eyes moving over everything like she was trying to memorize it. Then she asked me what happened, and I didn't have an answer that felt like one. Days turned into weeks. Search teams combed the area again and again. They extended the radius, checked nearby roads, canals, abandoned structures. They brought in dogs at one point, but the trail didn't hold. It faded out somewhere past the drainage ditch, like she had simply stopped being there. The case shifted from urgent to ongoing, to something quieter, a word I hated hearing even when no one said it directly, unresolved. The only new thing they found came weeks later, a single shoe. Maybe it was hers. There was no question about that. Her mother confirmed it before anyone even asked. It had been lying in the drainage ditch, caught in a cluster of debris where water sometimes collected after heavy rain. There was no matching shoe nearby, and no other items, no additional clues, just that one piece, out of place, like everything else. I went back to the tracks more times than I can count. At first it was to help, to look, to do something instead of nothing. Later it became something else, something harder to explain. I would stand near where the car had been, trying to reconstruct it in my head. The angle of the vehicle, the open door, the direction she walked. I replayed the text over and over, looking for something hidden in it. Something is wrong, I need a minute. A minute for what? To think? To get away? To follow something only she could see? I talked to the witnesses myself a few times. Outside of the official statements, I wanted to hear it in their own words without the structure of a report. One of them told me something they hadn't mentioned before. Not because it was important, but because they weren't sure it meant anything. They said she paused once, just briefly near the edge of the ditch. Not long, just enough to shift her weight, like she was deciding whether to keep going. Then she did. That detail stuck with me more than anything else. Not the car, not the text, not even the shoe. Just that small pause, because it meant there was a moment, however brief, where she could have turned back, and she didn't. I still have her last message saved on my phone. I haven't deleted it, haven't changed the thread, haven't done anything that might make it feel less immediate than it did that day. Sometimes I open it just to make sure it's still there, exactly the same. The area by the tracks hasn't changed much. The same rusted rails, the same heat in the afternoon, the same empty stretches where nothing seems to happen until it does. Every time I go back, I walk a little farther along the ditch than I did before, like I might eventually reach the point where something becomes clear. I never do. There's just a place where the ground flattens out and the brush thins, and beyond that, more of the same. No markers, no signs, nothing that explains how someone can walk away from a car in the middle of the day and leave everything behind without a trace. Nothing that explains why. I stand there until the light starts to fade, until the shapes around me blur into something less defined, and I try to picture her still moving somewhere ahead of me, just out of sight. But there's never anything there, only the tracks behind me, the empty ground in front of me, and that last message sitting unchanged on my phone, like it's waiting for a reply that never came. I drove out to my mother's place on Mother's Day with a grocery bag sliding on the passenger seat and a knot in my chest I couldn't explain. The road out there always felt longer than it was. A narrow stretch cutting through fields and a thin line of trees that pressed in close near her property. By the time I turned into her gravel driveway, the sun was high and the house sat the way it always did. Quiet, blinds half drawn, no movement behind the glass. I remember noticing the front door first. Closed, like always. No sign of forced entry, no broken windows, nothing that suggested anything had gone wrong. That's what stuck with me later. The normalcy of it. I knocked, waited, knocked again. No answer. I tried the handle out of habit, knowing she kept it locked. It didn't budge. That wasn't unusual. My mom, Echo, was independent to a fault and careful in ways that bordered on rigid. She had routines for everything. Locking doors was one of them. I stood there longer than I needed to, listening. No footsteps inside. No television. Not even the hum of movement. Just wind in the trees behind the house. I told myself she must have stepped out. Maybe she went to the store. Maybe she took a drive. She did that sometimes when she couldn't sleep. I left the grocery bag on the porch with a note tucked under the handle. Happy Mother's Day. I stopped by, call me. Simple, normal. I drove away, trying not to let the unease settle in. It wasn't until later that afternoon that something started to feel wrong. She didn't call. She always called. I went back just before evening, the sky dimming into that gray blue that flattens everything. The bag I left was still there, untouched. That's when the feeling in my chest sharpened. I knocked again. Harder this time. Walked around the side of the house, checked the back door. Locked, windows all shut. I pressed my face to the glass, trying to see past the reflection. Inside looked off. Not wrecked, not obviously disturbed, just wrong in a way I couldn't name. I stood there long enough to convince myself to leave again. I told myself I was overreacting. She was probably out somewhere with bad reception. I went home with that excuse repeating in my head. That night, I didn't sleep. The next morning, I came back with a spare key. The air felt heavier when I stepped onto the porch again. The grocery bag had shifted slightly, like something had brushed it, but it was still unopened. The note was still tucked under the handle. I unlocked the door and pushed it open. The smell hit me first. Not overwhelming, not rotten, just stale, like something had been left out too long. The kind of smell that builds slowly when a house is closed up and something inside is being ignored. My mom didn't ignore things. I stepped inside and closed the door behind me. The living room looked mostly the same. Furniture in place, surfaces clear, but there were small things that didn't belong. A cup on the coffee table with a ring dried into the wood beneath it. A blanket draped halfway off the couch, like someone had stood up in a hurry and never came back to fix it. I called out for her, my voice sounding smaller than I expected. No answer. The kitchen was worse. There were dishes in the sink, not just one or two enough to notice. Food left out on the counter, some of it already turning. A carton of milk sitting warm, the sides slightly bloated. Trash in the bin that should have been taken out days ago. I stood there staring at it, trying to reconcile it with the woman I knew. My mom didn't leave dishes. She didn't let food spoil on the counter. She wiped surfaces clean after every meal. It was part of who she was. Seeing it like that felt like walking into someone else's house. I moved slowly, checking each room, bedroom, bathroom, laundry room, everything in place, but with that same layer of neglect creeping in. Not chaos, just abandonment. Her purse was on the chair by the door. I remember picking it up and opening it, my hand shaking. Wallet inside, ID, cards, everything. Her phone wasn't there. That didn't make sense either. She never went anywhere without it. I checked the bedroom again, more carefully this time. Her bed was made. Not slept in recently from what I could tell. The closet door was open slightly, clothes hanging in neat rows like always. Then I noticed the pill organizer on the nightstand. Open, empty compartments for days that hadn't passed yet. My mom took her medication on a strict schedule. She set alarms for it. Missing doses wasn't something she did. I stood there holding that plastic case, trying to understand how it could be empty while everything else about the house suggested she hadn't been there to maintain anything. That was when I called the police. They arrived later that morning, 2 officers who walked through the house with the same careful attention I had, but with a distance I couldn't manage. They asked me questions when I last saw her. When I first noticed something was wrong, whether she had any reason to leave suddenly, I kept coming back to the same answer. No, she didn't have a reason. One of them asked about the purse. I showed him where it was. He looked inside, nodded, then made a note. Another checked the kitchen, the trash, the food left out. I watched his expression change slightly, just enough to tell me he saw what I saw. This wasn't normal. Later, they asked if she had gone anywhere recently. I told them about my visit the day before, how the house had been locked, how I assumed she was out. That's when one of them mentioned the receipt. They found it on the counter, partially tucked under a stack of unopened mail. A Walmart receipt with a timestamp from the afternoon I had first stopped by. She had gone out, and she had come back. The realization settled in slowly, like something sinking through water. She was home after I left. Something happened after that. The officers started asking more focused questions then. Neighbors, visitors, anyone who might have seen her. I gave them what I could. But the truth was my mom kept to herself. The nearest house was a distance down the road, separated by trees and open land. The neighbors didn't report anything unusual. No loud noises. No cars coming or going that stood out. Nothing. The house showed no signs of forced entry. No struggle, no broken locks, no shattered glass, just a woman who came home, put her purse down, and then disappeared. Days passed, then weeks. Search teams combed the wooded area behind the house. I walked with them once, the ground uneven under my feet, branches catching at my clothes. They moved in line, scanning the forest floor, calling out occasionally to keep track of each other. I kept expecting to find something, a piece of clothing, a dropped item, any sign that she had been out there. There was nothing. The police kept coming back to the same points: the missing phone, the medication, the receipt confirming she returned home, the untouched purse. They said it indicated a sudden event, something that interrupted her routine completely, but they couldn't say what. And I went back to the house often after that. At first it was to clean, to restore it to the way she kept it. I threw out the spoiled food, washed the dishes, took out the trash. I wiped down surfaces until the smell faded and the rooms felt familiar again, but it never fully came back. There was always something underneath, something I couldn't scrub away. I started noticing small things I hadn't seen before. The back door had a faint scuff near the bottom, like something had pressed against it. Not damage, just a mark that didn't belong. I couldn't tell if it was new or if I had just never noticed it before. The kitchen window had a slight smear on the outside, at a height that didn't quite make sense. I stood there once trying to match it with my own reach, but it didn't line up cleanly. None of it was enough to mean anything on its own. That was the worst part. Everything about it sat just inside the line of explanation, close enough to dismiss, too incomplete to prove anything. I stopped staying there overnight, after a while, not because I was afraid of something specific, but because the silence changed after dark. The house would settle, the wood creaking as the temperature dropped, and every sound felt like it carried more weight than it should. I would lie awake in her bed, staring at the ceiling, thinking about the timeline. She leaves for Walmart. She comes back. She puts her purse down. She does something. Maybe starts to make food. Maybe plans to clean later. Then something interrupts that. Something sudden enough that she leaves dishes in the sink, food on the counter, trash in the bin. Something urgent enough that she doesn't take her purse, but she takes her phone and her medication. That part never made sense to me. If it was sudden, why take anything at all? If it wasn't, why leave everything else behind? The police never found answers to those questions. The case stayed open, but it stopped moving. Leads dried up. Reports came in that went nowhere. Tips that sounded promising until they weren't. People stopped calling. Time moved forward in a way that felt wrong. I still go back to the house sometimes. I stand in the kitchen where I first saw everything out of place and try to picture the last moments before whatever happened. I look at the counter, the sink, the window. I try to line up the sequence in a way that makes sense. I never can. The last time I was there, I noticed something I hadn't before. The grocery bag I left that first day. I had taken it inside eventually, unpacked it, used what I could, but the bag itself had been folded and set aside near the door. When I picked it up, the note I had written slipped out from between the folds. The paper was creased, the ink slightly faded, but the words were still there. Happy Mother's Day. I stopped by. Call me. I stood there holding it, looking at the door she never opened while I was there, knowing she came back after I left, knowing she might have seen that note, knowing she might have reached for that door, and then something stopped her. I put the note back in the bag and set it down exactly where it had been. The house was quiet again, the same way it had been that first day. Nothing moved. Nothing explained itself. I locked the door when I left, the same way she always did, and stood on the porch for a long moment before walking back to my car. The trees behind the house shifted in the wind, branches rubbing together in a slow, uneven rhythm. I listened to it longer than I should have, trying to catch something else inside the sound, something that would finally make it make sense. There was nothing. Just the house, just the silence, and the space where she should have been. I noticed the quiet first because it didn't belong there. Michelle's place always carried a low hum in the evenings. The window unit fighting the heat, the television murmuring in the background, her son's toys chiming when you brushed past them. That night when I pulled into the lot, the air sat still. The light in her living room was on, but it looked like a staged thing. A lamp left burning for no one. I told myself it was nothing. People step out. People forget to turn things off. But Michelle didn't forget things. Not important ones. She was the kind of person who kept lists folded into her wallet, who set alarms for other alarms. A devoted mother, always a step ahead, always making sure the next day had a place to land. I climbed the stairs with my phone in my hand, already composing a message I didn't send. The hallway smelled like detergent, and someone else's dinner. Her door was closed. No sound behind it. I knocked once. Then again, harder. The wood gave a dull echo that seemed to travel deeper than it should have. I waited, listening for movement, for the quick shuffle I expected. Her bare feet on tile, the click of the lock, nothing. I tried the handle. It turned. Inside, the apartment felt paused, like a scene caught mid-breath. The lamp in the corner cast a warm circle over the couch, where a blanket was folded neatly, too neatly for a normal evening. Her purse sat on the chair by the door. Keys inside. I checked without thinking, the habit of years. Her wallet was there too, cards lined up, cash untouched. The television was off, but the remote lay on the cushion as if it had just been set down. A glass of water on the coffee table, half full, a ring of condensation marking where it had been a while. I said her name once, quietly, then louder. The sound didn't settle right in the space. It felt like it slid off the walls. Her bedroom door was open. The bed was made, not just pulled up. Made tight corners, pillows aligned. That wasn't how evenings ended for her. There was always something left undone. A shirt draped over a chair. A phone charger trailing off the nightstand. In the bathroom, the light was off. Her toothbrush sat dry in the holder. I stood in the doorway for a long moment, trying to assemble a version of events that made sense. Maybe she'd stepped out quickly. Maybe she'd felt better and gone to the store. Maybe. But her phone was on the kitchen counter, plugged in, screen dark. Michelle didn't go anywhere without her phone. That was the first time the quiet shifted from odd to wrong. The last person who claimed to see her was her boyfriend. He said she'd been sick the night before. Something like a flu, that she'd gone to bed early. He told it like a simple story, like the kind of detail that closes a door. Sick, resting, nothing to see. But the apartment didn't look like a place someone had been sick. There were no tissues, no medicine out, no signs of a restless night. Just that careful stillness, as if everything had been reset. I called our mother from the kitchen, my eyes moving from object to object, searching for anything that broke the pattern. She answered on the second ring. I told her what I saw, or what I didn't see, and I heard the change in her breathing before she said anything. We agreed it was probably nothing. We said it out loud like it might become true if we heard it enough, but she told me to stay there just in case, and she said she'd start calling around. I sat on the couch with Michelle's phone in my hand, watching the screen stay black. Every few minutes I looked at the door, expecting it to open, expecting her to walk in with an apology, a simple explanation that would make the last hour feel ridiculous. Time stretched in a way that made it hard to track. The light outside shifted, the orange glow of evening fading into the dull blue of night. The apartment stayed exactly the same. At some point, I stepped outside and checked the lot. Her car was parked in its usual spot, straight between the lines, a thin layer of dust along the hood that hadn't been disturbed. I ran my fingers across it anyway, leaving a mark that felt like an intrusion. Back inside, I opened the fridge. Not because I needed anything, but because I didn't know what else to do. Food was arranged in containers, labeled with dates in her handwriting. She had plans. Meals prepared for days she expected to be there. On the counter, near her phone, was an envelope. I hadn't noticed it at first. It was thick, official looking, her name printed cleanly across the front. I didn't open it. but I knew what it was. She had been waiting for that settlement check for months, talking about what it would change. Not anything extravagant, just stability, a cushion, something she could rely on. She hadn't even opened it. That detail sat heavier than the rest. People don't walk away from something they've been waiting for. Not like that. Not without a reason that leaves a mark somewhere. The boyfriend stopped answering calls sometime after that night. At first he picked up, repeating the same version. She was sick. She went to bed. He left early in the morning. He didn't know anything else. Then the calls went to voicemail. Then the messages stopped delivering. When the police came, they moved through the apartment with a kind of practice neutrality. They took notes, looked at the same objects I had already memorized. They asked about her habits, her routine, whether she had ever talked about leaving. I told them no. I told them about the list, the alarms, the way she planned everything down to the smallest detail. I told them about the check, still sealed on the counter. They nodded, wrote things down, and said it didn't immediately look like foul play. Adults leave sometimes. People have reasons they don't share. It sounded reasonable when they said it. It always does when it's abstract. But nothing in that apartment felt like a departure. It felt like an interruption. Days turned into a pattern of small, repetitive actions. Calling her phone, checking the apartment, walking the lot, talking to neighbors who had seen nothing, heard nothing. The quiet of that first night seemed to have spread, settling over everything. Our mother started keeping the television on all the time, the volume low just to fill the space. Danielle and me. I kept going back to the apartment even after there was nothing new to find. I would stand in the doorway and look at the same arrangement, as if something might shift if I watched long enough. The police classified it the way they often do when there's no clear sign of force, no witness, no immediate evidence that points one way or another. Unlikely to involve foul play. An adult who left voluntarily. We disagreed. Not loudly, not in a way that changed anything on paper, but in the quiet insistence of our routines. We kept looking. We kept asking. Weeks passed. The envelope stayed where it was until it was finally taken as part of the investigation. I remember the absence of it more than its presence. The way that one empty space on the counter made the room feel different. Her car remained in the lot for a long time, until it didn't. I wasn't there when it was moved, but I noticed the empty space the next time I came. It felt like losing something a second time. The boyfriend never came back into the picture. His silence became its own kind of answer, though it didn't point to anything specific, just another piece that didn't fit. Sometimes I would sit on the couch and try to reconstruct that last evening. Michelle feeling unwell, going to bed early, the apartment quieting down around her. The ordinary end to an ordinary day, then morning. Light coming in through the blinds, and then nothing I could place. No sound, no movement, no clear point where things changed. Just the result, an apartment left intact. A life paused mid-step. I started noticing small things I hadn't before. The way the air felt different at certain times of day, the faint hum of electricity in the walls, when everything else was still. It wasn't anything I could point to as evidence, just the mind trying to fill in gaps that refused to be filled. People offered explanations. She could have left early, before anyone was awake. She could have planned it. She could have needed space. But none of those explanations accounted for the things she left behind. Not just the phone or the keys, but the structure of her life, the plans she had set in place. It wasn't just that she was gone. It was how completely she had vanished from the pattern she had built. Time didn't resolve anything. It just added distance. The apartment was eventually cleared out. I helped pack it, moving through the rooms with a careful detachment. Each item went into a box, labeled, sealed. It felt like closing something that had never been fully opened. Her lists were still tucked into places I didn't expect. Inside books, between folded clothes. Small, precise handwriting, mapping out days that no longer had an owner. I kept one of them without thinking. It was a grocery list. Nothing unusual. Milk, fruit, something for her son's lunches. Ordinary things. I still have it. Every now and then I take it out and look at it, tracing the lines of her handwriting, trying to find something in it that explains what happened. There's nothing there, of course. Just a record of a day she expected to have. The last time I went back to the apartment, it was empty. No furniture, no personal items, just the bare walls and the echo of my steps. The quiet had returned, deeper than before. I stood in the center of the living room and looked at the place where the lamp had been, where the light had first caught my attention. There was a faint mark on the floor, a circle slightly darker than the rest. I don't know how long I stood there. Long enough for the light outside to shift, for the room to change color as evening approached again. When I finally left, I closed the door behind me and listened to the latch click into place. The hallway was the same as it had been that first night. The same smell, the same distant sounds from other apartments where life was continuing as expected. I walked down the stairs and out into the lot. The space where her car had been was just another empty rectangle of asphalt, indistinguishable from the rest. I stood there for a moment, looking at it, trying to hold on to some detail that would make it mean something more than it did. But it was just a space. And the quiet, when I noticed it again, felt exactly the same as it had that first evening, like something that had always been there, waiting to be heard. I took the photograph because the house felt too still, the kind of stillness that makes small sounds seem arranged on purpose. The hum of the refrigerator, the soft ticking from a hallway clock, the faint shift of old wood adjusting to the night. I had been sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of tea gone cold, watching the baby monitor more out of habit than worry. The little boy upstairs had settled hours earlier. My friend trusted me to handle nights like this. I'd done it 100 times in other homes, but this place held on to silence differently. It was just after 2 in the morning when I stood up and walked toward the hallway. The light above the stove stayed on behind me, casting a pale strip across the tile, and everything beyond it looked dimmer than it should have. I remember thinking the hallway seemed longer than it had earlier in the evening. That wasn't true, of course. The measurements don't change, but distance can feel elastic when you're alone in someone else's house. I told myself I was only checking on things, making sure doors were locked, windows sealed, nothing out of place. Routine. That's how I've always handled unease. You move through it with small, sensible actions. You prove to yourself that everything has a reason. The baby monitor showed the crib from above, the child curled under a blanket with one arm thrown out. The image was steady. No interference. I listened for breathing and heard it, soft and regular. That should have been enough, but there was a doorway at the end of the hall I didn't remember noticing before. It wasn't hidden. It was just easy to overlook. A narrow frame leading into what I assumed was a storage room or a spare bedroom. The door itself was open a few inches, and the darkness inside looked thicker than the rest of the house. Not black, exactly. More like something dimming the light that tried to enter. I stood there longer than I meant to. The clock behind me ticked on, steady as ever. I could have turned around. I should have. Instead, I took out my phone. I didn't plan anything dramatic. I only meant to take a quick picture, to see how the space looked through a lens. Sometimes that helps, like holding a mirror up to something that feels off. This separates you from it. I raised the phone, lined up the doorway in the frame, and tapped the screen. The flash went off. For a moment, everything snapped into sharp clarity. The walls, the baseboards, the edge of the door. And then it was dark again, just as before. I lowered the phone and stared at the doorway. Nothing moved. Nothing changed. I almost laughed at myself then. A quiet, embarrassed breath. I told myself I'd look at the picture in the kitchen where the light was better. I didn't get that far. I glanced down at the screen as I turned, and I stopped mid-step. There was something in the doorway. At first, I thought it was a trick of light, a reflection, or a blur from the flash. But the shape held. It wasn't smeared or distorted. It was distinct. A figure, tall, narrow, standing just inside the room. It looked human in outline, but the edges were wrong. Not solid, not entirely there. The figure seemed to carry its own faint glow, like a thin layer of light wrapped around it. And in its arms, I leaned closer to the screen, my breath catching in a way I couldn't control. In its arms was something smaller, an infant. I stood there with the phone held inches from my face, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The image didn't shift or resolve into anything ordinary. The figure remained, cradling the smaller shape against its chest. The posture was unmistakable, protective, familiar, but there had been no one in that doorway. I was certain of it. I turned back slowly. The hallway looked exactly as it had before. The door at the end remained slightly open. The darkness inside it was unchanged, empty. I walked toward it, each step deliberate, my hand tightening around the phone. The floor didn't creak as much as I expected. The air felt cooler the closer I got, though I couldn't say by how much. Enough to notice. Not enough to explain. I pushed the door open with my fingertips. The room beyond was small, barely furnished. A narrow bed against one wall. A dresser with nothing on top. A window covered by drawn curtains. No one stood there. No child lay in the bed. There was no glow, no movement, nothing out of place. I stepped inside anyway. And the air carried a faint smell I couldn't place. Not unpleasant, just old, like fabric that had been stored too long. I moved the curtains aside and let a bit of streetlight in. It revealed dust along the edges of the floor, the kind that gathers when a room isn't used often. I checked the closet, empty. I turned in a slow circle, looking for anything that could explain the image. A reflection from glass, maybe. A trick of the flash bouncing off something I hadn't noticed. There was nothing. I went back to the hallway and closed the door behind me. I didn't latch it. I just let it rest against the frame. The rest of the night stretched out in a quiet I couldn't shake. I stayed in the kitchen with the lights on, the phone face down on the table. I didn't want to keep looking at the image, but I couldn't forget it either. Every so often I checked the baby monitor. The child slept without stirring. Morning came slowly, pale light pushing through the windows. The house looked smaller in daylight, less imposing. The hallway shortened back to its proper size. The doorway at the end seemed ordinary, almost unremarkable, when my friend returned. I told her everything, not all at once. I started with the feeling, the unease, the photograph. I showed her the image last. She didn't react the way I expected. There was no immediate disbelief, no laugh or dismissal. She studied the screen quietly, her expression tightening in a way that made me uneasy for a different reason. Then she told me about the house. It hadn't come up before. There had never been a reason. To her, it was just a place she and her husband had bought a few years back, renovated enough to make it comfortable for their family. But before that, the house had belonged to a doctor. He had lived there with his wife and their infant child. This was years ago, long before my friend ever saw the property. The details weren't something she had gone looking for. They came up during the purchase. Bits of local history mentioned in passing. The doctor's wife had been ill, something prolonged, something that kept her mostly confined to the house. The child had been born during that time. There weren't many records, she said, just fragments, enough to suggest that both the wife and the infant had not lived long after. I remember the way she said it, carefully, as if choosing words that wouldn't make the story heavier than it already was. I asked her about the room at the end of the hallway. She nodded. That had been the nursery. We stood in the kitchen for a long time after that, the photograph between us on the table. In daylight, the image didn't lose its clarity. If anything, it seemed sharper. The figure remained exactly as it had appeared in the moment the flash went off. Not fully solid, not transparent enough to dismiss. And the smaller shape in its arms was still there, held close, positioned in a way that spoke of instinct more than intention. We tried to find another explanation, a reflection from something in the room, a trick caused by the phone's camera processing. We even recreated the shot from the same angle, at the same time that night. The new images showed nothing unusual, just an empty doorway. I took the original photo home with me. stored on my phone where I could look at it whenever I needed to remind myself it was real. I showed it to a few people I trusted. Most of them hesitated before offering explanations that didn't quite fit. Light artifact, motion blur, pareidolia. I listened. I considered each possibility, but none of them accounted for the way the figure held the infant. That detail stayed consistent. No matter how long I studied it, it wasn't random. It wasn't vague. It was specific. A routine night, a simple photograph, a house with a history that aligned too closely with what appeared in that single frame. I still babysit. I still move through unfamiliar homes with the same practical habits, but I don't take pictures to reassure myself anymore. And I don't linger in hallways when something feels off. Sometimes late at night I open the image again and look at the doorway. The figure never changes. It stands where the nursery once was, holding what it lost, as if the moment never ended and never will. I was alone on the 3rd floor when I decided to check the cameras. That decision is the only thing I can point to as a beginning. The courthouse at that hour is too bright for what it is. Every hallway hums with overhead lights that never quite warm up, the kind that make paper look gray and skin look sick. I'd been mopping outside courtroom B, watching the water dry in streaks, when I noticed it again, that small slipping movement at the edge of my vision. Not in front of me, always just to the side, like something stepping out of the way before I could catch it. I told myself it was the reflection off the waxed floor. Or fatigue. I work nights, and by 2 in the morning the building feels longer than it is, like the corridors stretch a little further each pass. You get used to odd things in a place like that. Files fall when no one's near them. Doors don't latch right. Sometimes there's a burst of laughter from the old holding area, even when it's empty, thin and wrong, like it doesn't belong to any one person. That's what the daytime staff says anyway. They joke about it in the break room. I don't joke about it because I'm there when it's quiet. I finished the hallway and wheeled my cart toward the janitor's closet, but the feeling followed me that something had crossed behind me without sound. I stopped once, turned fully around, and stared down the length of the corridor. Nothing moved. The benches along the wall were empty, polished wood reflecting the lights above. The security camera dome sat in the corner, dark and indifferent. I remember thinking, not for the first time, that the cameras see everything we miss. That thought stayed with me longer than it should have. By the time I got to the closet, I wasn't focused on the mop or the bucket. I was thinking about the monitors downstairs. There's a small room near the entrance where all the feeds come in, and we're allowed to check them if something looks off. Mostly it's for spills or broken fixtures, but it's there. I stood there with my hand on the closet door, listening. The building has layers of sound even when it's empty. Ventilation, distant electrical clicks, the low static of lights. But beneath that, I thought I heard something else, not a voice. More like a shift in weight, a presence adjusting itself. I closed the closet door without going in. It wasn't panic, it was a decision, simple and clean. If something was off, I would check the cameras. That was the practical thing to do. The stairwell down to the main floor felt colder than the rest of the building. Not dramatically, just enough to notice the change on your arms. I took the steps slow, not counting them, just keeping my eyes on the landing below. The lights flickered once overhead and steadied. I didn't look up. When I reached the bottom, the lobby opened in front of me. Wide, polished, empty except for the security desk and the row of benches along the far wall. The monitors were behind the desk, a grid of small screens showing every angle of the building. I set my cart aside and walked around to the chair. The first thing I noticed was the timestamp, 2 a.m. It sat in the corner of each screen, steady and exact. I scanned through the feeds out of habit. Hallways, courtrooms, stairwells, the holding area. Everything looked as it should. Still, empty, bright. Then I paused on camera 3F Hall East, the same hallway I had just come from. At first, nothing stood out. The benches were where they always were. The floor shone under the lights. The camera angle caught the stretch between courtroom B and the stairwell door. It looked exactly as I remembered leaving it. Then, I saw it. There was someone sitting on the far bench. I didn't understand what I was looking at right away. My mind filled in the shape automatically. A person, seated, facing forward, dark clothing, hands maybe in their lap, head slightly tilted down. I leaned closer to the screen. The figure didn't move. That alone wasn't unusual. People sit still, but at that hour there shouldn't have been anyone there. The building was locked. I had checked the doors myself. No hearings ran that late. No staff stayed behind without notice. I looked at the timestamp again. 2 a.m. I had been in that hallway minutes before. I would have seen someone sitting there. The benches weren't hidden. There was nowhere to miss it. I scrubbed the footage back a few minutes. The hallway rewound in silence, the timestamp ticking backward in small jumps. The bench was empty. Empty. Then, without transition, the figure was there. No approach, no blur of motion, just present, as if it had been placed between frames. I felt something tighten in my chest. I played it forward again. Nothing changed. The figure remained in the same position, head lowered, body still. No shift in posture, no visible breathing. The lighting didn't flicker, the camera didn't glitch. It just sat there. I checked another camera that covered the opposite angle of the same hallway. That feed showed the back of the bench. The figure was visible there too. A dark outline against the polished wood. Still. I watched for a long time, longer than I realized. I expected something to happen. A turn of the head, a hand moving. Any sign of life. There was none. The building around me felt different then. Not louder or darker, just more aware, like the silence had direction. I told myself there had to be an explanation. Someone had come in without me noticing. Maybe security had let them in. Maybe I had missed them in the hallway somehow. But that didn't account for the footage. I rewound again, slower this time, watching the exact moment the figure appeared. There was no distortion, no flicker, nothing to suggest a recording error. One frame, empty bench. Next frame, occupied. I sat back in the chair. My first thought was to call someone, but I didn't know who to call. Security wasn't on site overnight. The number posted by the monitors was for emergencies, and I couldn't explain this in a way that sounded like one, so I did the next practical thing. I decided to go back upstairs and check. The idea formed quietly, without drama. If someone was there, I would see them. If the bench was empty, then the cameras were wrong. Either way, I needed to know. I stood up and hesitated only once, my hand resting on the edge of the desk as I looked back at the screen. The figure hadn't moved. I left the monitors on. The stairwell felt colder on the way up. My footsteps echoed more than before. Or maybe I was just listening harder. I kept my eyes on the door at the top, focusing on the familiar details, the push bar, the scuffed paint near the handle. When I opened it, the hallway lights hit me full in the face. Everything looked exactly the same as it had earlier. Bright, clean, empty. The bench at the far end was clear. I stood there for a moment, letting my eyes adjust, waiting for them to catch something I had missed. The space between me and the bench was unobstructed. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. I walked down the hallway slowly, my shoes making soft sounds on the floor. The closer I got, the more certain I became that it was empty. There was no shadow on the bench, no outline, no indication that anything had been there. I reached it and stopped. The wood was smooth under my hand when I touched it, still slightly cool. I looked at the seat, at the space where the figure had been sitting on the screen. Nothing. I turned and looked back down the hallway toward the stairwell door. The perspective matched what I had seen on the monitor. Same angle, same light, empty. A sound came from behind me. Then, not loud, but clear enough to separate from the hum of the lights. It was like a short burst of laughter, cut off too quickly to belong to a conversation. I froze. The sound didn't repeat. It didn't echo, it just ended, leaving the hallway exactly as it had been. I didn't turn around right away. I focused on the bench in front of me. on the grain of the wood, on the reflection of the overhead lights. My hand was still resting on it, fingers spread. When I finally looked back over my shoulder, there was nothing there. I told myself it came from another floor. Sound carries in that building in strange ways. It could have been anything, but I didn't stay to figure it out. I walked back to the stairwell, not rushing, not running, just keeping a steady pace. I didn't look into the other hallways as I passed them. I kept my focus narrow, on the door, on the steps down. When I reached the monitor room again, the screens were unchanged. Camera 3F Hall East still showed the bench, and the figure was still there, in the exact same position. I felt something shift then, something deeper than fear. It wasn't about what I was seeing anymore. It was about the mismatch. The fact that two versions of the same place existed at once, and I was standing between them. I stepped closer to the screen, my reflection faint overlaid on the image. The figure didn't move. I studied the details more carefully this time. The outline of the shoulders, the angle of the head, the way the hands seemed to rest together in its lap. It looked almost like someone waiting, but not for anything in the hallway. I glanced up at the small dome camera mounted in the corner of the monitor room. It was angled down toward the desk, recording everything in front of it. On impulse, I looked for that feed. Camera lobby desk. The screen showed me, standing there, facing the monitors. My posture was tense, shoulders slightly raised. The glow of the screens lit my face. And behind me, on the bench along the far wall of the lobby, there was a dark shape sitting perfectly still. My throat tightened. I didn't turn around. I couldn't make myself do it. On the screen, the figure in the lobby was positioned the same way as the one upstairs. Head lowered, hands together, no movement. The timestamp read 2:07 a.m. I watched my own image on the monitor, waiting for some delay, some sign that it wasn't real time. But when I shifted my weight slightly, the movement matched instantly on the screen. The figure behind me did not react. I became aware of the space at my back, in a way I hadn't been before. The distance between me and the bench, the open air, the possibility of something occupying it. Very slowly I leaned forward, bringing my face closer to the screen, narrowing my focus until the rest of the room fell away. The figure upstairs and the figure behind me were identical. Same posture, same stillness, same absence of any small human adjustments. I reached out and adjusted the angle of the lobby camera feed, zooming in slightly. The image sharpened. The figure's outline became clearer, but not more detailed. It was as if the darkness that made it up didn't resolve into fabric or features. It remained a shape, defined by where the light stopped. I noticed then that the bench it sat on wasn't casting a proper shadow beneath it. Everything else in the frame had one. The desk, the chairs, even my own legs. But under the figure, the light seemed to flatten. I don't know how long I stood there like that. At some point, a small object fell in one of the other feeds, a file sliding off a desk in an empty office. The sound came through the monitor speakers, a sharp, isolated noise. I flinched and looked away for a second. When I looked back, the lobby bench was empty. My image stood alone on the screen. I turned then, fast enough that the chair behind me shifted. The bench along the wall was clear. Nothing sat there. Nothing moved. The lobby was exactly as it had been when I first came down. I checked the hallway feed again. The bench upstairs was empty too. No figure, no trace, just the same bright, sterile corridor. I didn't go back up there for the rest of the night. I stayed in the monitor room, watching the screens, waiting for something to change. Nothing did. When my shift ended, I wrote a report. I kept it simple. Unusual activity on camera. Possible system issue. I didn't include everything. I didn't know how. Later that day, one of the clerks mentioned, in passing, that things had been falling again in the records room. Another joked about hearing laughter near the holding cells. I didn't join in. I went back to the monitor room that night, and the next, and the next. I checked the feeds at the same time, 2 a.m. Most nights there's nothing. But sometimes when I'm mopping the third floor hallway, I catch that movement again at the edge of my vision, a shift that stops the moment I try to see it directly, and now I know where to look when it happens. I don't always check right away, because the last time I did, the bench was empty in front of me, and on the screen the figure was already sitting there, facing forward, waiting in a place where no one had walked in or out, as if it had always been part of the building and I had just finally learned how to notice it. I was standing at the curb with a trash bag in my hand when the notification came through. A small vibration against my palm that didn't match anything I could see in front of me. The street was quiet in that late morning way, sunlight flattening everything into stillness, the kind where you can hear a sprinkler 2 houses down ticking in perfect intervals. I remember looking up and down the block before I even checked my phone, just to confirm what my eyes were already telling me. No one was there. The alert said motion detected front door. I turned immediately. My front walk was empty. The porch, the steps, the mailbox post, nothing moved. The wind was light enough that even the hanging plant beside the door barely shifted. I stood there longer than I needed to, expecting someone to round the corner or step out from behind a car, but the street stayed as it was, ordinary. Still, I opened the app anyway. The video loaded in cleanly. No buffering, no distortion. Daylight exactly as it was around me. The angle was familiar, slightly tilted down, catching the path from the sidewalk up to my front steps, and then from the left edge of the frame, she walked into view. At first I thought it was just someone dressed differently, maybe for a photo shoot or some themed event, but the longer I watched, the more the details refused to settle into anything modern. Her dress fell below the knee, structured in a way that felt stiff even through the screen, the fabric moving less than it should with each step. Her shoes were closed, low-heeled, and her hair was set close to the head in soft, controlled waves that didn't match anything I'd seen outside of old photographs. She walked like she belonged there, not cautiously, not looking around, not reacting to anything unusual. She moved up the sidewalk toward my house with a natural pace, her gaze forward, her posture straight. When she reached the midpoint of the frame, she adjusted something in her hands, a small purse I think, and continued without hesitation. I lowered the phone and looked up again. The sidewalk in front of me was empty. The exact same stretch I had just watched her cross existed in front of me without interruption. There was no gap in time where I could have missed her. No car passed. No door opened or closed. Nothing changed. I raised the phone again and replayed it. She was still there. The camera captured her with a clarity that made it impossible to dismiss as a glitch. The shadows aligned correctly with the sun. The movement of her dress matched her steps. Even the faint sway of the shrubs along my walkway responded as she passed them. Like the air displaced around her was real enough to register. I stood there longer than I should have, the trash bag hanging loosely from my hand, trying to align what I was seeing on the screen with what existed in front of me. The timing didn't make sense. The position didn't make sense. If she had been there, I would have seen her. There was nowhere else to look. I checked the timestamp. It matched the current time down to the minute. I walked back toward the house, slower than usual, watching the screen as I moved. I half expected the video to change as I approached, like I would step into frame and see myself intersect with her path, but nothing like that happened. The clip ended just before she reached my front steps. There was no recording of her leaving, no second motion alert, nothing after that moment. When I reached the porch, I paused and looked down at the exact spot where she should have been standing seconds earlier. The concrete was warm under the sun, unmarked, ordinary. I set the trash bag down and opened the door, checking inside out of habit more than reason. Everything was where I left it. I closed the door and went back to the video again, this time slowing it down. Frame by frame, her movement held together. There were no jumps, no distortions, no signs of editing or interference. The camera had recorded her as clearly as it had recorded me hundreds of times before. I checked the camera's history. No previous clips showed anything like this. Deliveries, neighbors walking dogs, the occasional car pulling into the driveway. All normal, all consistent with what I remembered seeing in real time. There was nothing else that didn't match. I went back outside and stood at the edge of the walkway, placing myself roughly where she had first appeared in the frame. From that angle, I could see my own porch exactly as the camera did. I tried to imagine someone walking toward it without me noticing, but the space was too open. There were no obstructions, no blind spots large enough to hide a person moving at that pace. I stayed there for a while, watching the street again. A car passed this time, slow enough that I could see the driver glance toward me. A neighbor stepped out of their house across the way and bent down to pick up a package. Everything behaved as it should. People appeared where they were supposed to be. Movement matched observation. I opened the app again. The clip was still there. I replayed it from the beginning, this time paying attention to the edges of the frame, looking for anything that might explain it. Reflections in windows, shadows cast from something off screen, any indication that what I was seeing was layered or distorted, but there was nothing. The image held steady, consistent with every other recording the camera had ever captured. When she reached the center of the frame again, I noticed something I hadn't before. Her eyes didn't move, not in the way you'd expect someone walking down a suburban street to glance around, to take in their surroundings. She looked straight ahead the entire time, not at the house, not at the camera, not at anything in particular. It wasn't unnatural exactly, just like she wasn't aware of the environment in the way I was. I lowered the phone and turned in a slow circle, trying to reconcile that detail with the street around me. The houses, the parked cars, the faint sound of a television somewhere behind a closed window. All of it felt anchored, present. Whatever the camera had recorded existed within the same space, but not within the same experience. I went inside and sat down, keeping the video open. I watched it again and again. Each time, I expected something to shift, some small inconsistency to reveal itself, but it never did. The clip remained unchanged, a complete and self-contained moment that didn't align with anything I had perceived while standing just a few feet away. After a while, I checked the camera's live feed. The porch was empty, the same stillness from before. No trace of her, no indication that anything had passed through that space, except what existed in the recording. I switched back to the clip one more time. She entered the frame, walked the length of the path, and disappeared just before reaching the steps. The motion was smooth, uninterrupted, and entirely ordinary within the bounds of the video itself. I paused it at the last frame where she was visible. For a moment, I held the image there, comparing it to the view through the window beside me. The alignment was exact. The angle, the lighting, the position of every object, it all matched. The only difference was her presence. I stepped back outside and stood on the porch, placing myself where she should have been at that final moment. I looked down at the spot, then back up at the street, then at the phone in my hand. There was nothing there. I replayed the clip one last time while standing in that exact position. She walked toward me on the screen, closing the distance step by step, her expression unchanged, her movement steady. When she reached the point where I was standing, the video ended. I remained there for a long time after that, the phone still in my hand, the street unchanged, the air unmoving. Nothing else appeared on the camera that day, but the clip never went away. Even now, when I stand on the porch in the same daylight, I can still line up the frame perfectly, still match the shadows and the angle and the quiet of the street. And every time I do, I know exactly where she should be, exactly how close she came to the door, exactly how real she looks moving through a space where I was already standing and seeing nothing at all. I took the photo because the trail narrowed into something that felt older than the map suggested. A shallow corridor cut between rock faces that held the cold like a memory. It was mid-morning, but the light never quite reached the ground. Mist sat low, not drifting so much as resting, as if it had weight. I remember thinking the air looked layered, the way glass does when it's thick enough to bend what's behind it. I raised my phone and framed the path, the curve of it, The way the rock on the right bulged outward like a shoulder. I didn't notice anything else at the time. Hocking Hills had been on my list for years. I go where the trails are marked but not crowded, where the ground feels like it still belongs to itself. That winter had been unusually dry, which made the cold sharper. The mud was frozen into a rough skin, and my boots clicked softly where the frost held. I'd started early to beat the weekend crowd, though even later in the day that section didn't see many people. The ranger station had a laminated board with a few historical notes pinned beneath the trail map. One of them mentioned a hermit who'd lived in the area in the late 1800s. No name, just a reference to a man who had kept to a rock shelter along one of the less traveled paths. It was the kind of detail that makes a place feel occupied even when it's empty. I followed the markers anyway. The trail dipped, rose, then narrowed. The rock walls leaned in, their surfaces damp where the sun couldn't dry them. There were pockets in the stone where water had collected and frozen into thin lenses that magnified whatever sat beneath them. I stopped at a bend where the path angled left around a prosciutto, the right-hand wall pushing close enough that I could touch it without stepping off the trail. That was when I took the photo. I remember steadying my hand against my jacket to keep it from shaking in the cold. I remember thinking I'd use it later, maybe print it, maybe not. It was just a record of a place that felt quieter than it should have. I stayed there for a minute, listening. There's a difference between silence and the absence of noise. This was the latter. I could hear my own breath, the faint creak of branches somewhere above, and something like a drip that never resolved into a drop. Then a gust moved through, just enough to stir the mist. It didn't clear. It shifted, revealing the path for a second before settling back. I moved on. I didn't find any obvious shelter that matched the note about the hermit. There were shallow recesses and overhangs, but nothing that looked like a place someone could have lived without leaving a mark. No fire rings, no soot. I told myself that time erases things. I finished the loop, got back to my car, and drove home with the heater on high. The photo stayed on my phone for years. I'm not someone who goes back through old pictures often. I keep them because it feels wrong to delete them, not because I revisit them. It was my cousin Mara who found it. She was visiting one weekend, and we ended up scrolling through old hikes, comparing spots we'd been. She paused on that image, pinched to zoom, then held the phone closer to her face. She didn't say anything at first. I remember the way her posture changed, a small shift forward like she was trying to enter the frame. She asked me where it was, and I told her. She asked if I'd seen it before, and I said no, because I hadn't noticed anything worth seeing beyond the composition. She angled the phone toward me and tapped the screen near the right-hand rock. There was a shape there that didn't belong to the rest of it. At first glance, it looked like a trick of shadow, the kind that forms when light grazes an uneven surface. But the more I looked, the less it behaved like a shadow should. It had a boundary that was too clean in some places and too irregular in others. It suggested a profile without committing to it. A brow, a nose, the hollow where an eye would sit. The lower portion broke apart into the texture of the rock, but the upper contour held. It was as if something had pressed itself against the stone and left an impression that wasn't an impression. I took the phone and zoomed further. Pixels broke it down, but the outline remained. The mist in the background softened everything else, but that area seemed to resist it. It didn't blur the same way. The lighting in the photo came from behind me, a diffuse gray that cast almost no directional shadows. The left side of the frame was evenly lit, the path visible, the ground detail clear. On the right, where the wall curved, there should have been a gradient of light, a smooth transition. Instead, there was that shape, darker than it should be, with edges that didn't follow the rock's contours. I told Mara it was probably pareidolia, the brain making faces where there are none. She didn't argue. She just handed the phone back and said it felt like something was looking out. I laughed it off, but I saved a copy of the image to my laptop that night and opened it on a larger screen. The bigger it got, the less comfortable I felt. Not because it became clearer, but because it didn't. The ambiguity stayed intact. If it had resolved into a definite pattern or dissolved into noise, I could have dismissed it. Instead, it held that in-between quality, like a word on the tip of your tongue that never arrives. I started comparing it to other photos from that day. I had a handful from earlier on the trail, a few from a lookout where the valley opened up. The light in all of them was consistent. The sky had been overcast, the kind of blanket cloud that flattens everything. No direct sun, no strong shadows. In those images, the rock surfaces behaved as expected. Highlights and lowlights followed the shapes. Nothing pooled in a way that suggested depth where there wasn't any. In the trail photo, the dark area didn't align with any ridge or depression. It cut across the surface, ignoring the small ledges and cracks. I adjusted the exposure, the contrast. I flipped it horizontally. I tried to make it disappear by changing how I looked at it. It stayed. I went back a few weeks later. The weather had shifted by then. The ground was softer, the frost gone, the air carrying that early hint of spring that feels out of place in a place that holds cold so well. I followed the same path, counting landmarks in my head without meaning to, matching turns and rises. When I reached the bend where I'd taken the photo, I stopped at the same spot and looked at the rock. In person, there was nothing that matched the image. The wall was the same, the bulge on the right still pushing into the path, but the surface was continuous. No distinct shape, no darker patch that held its form. The light was different, though. There was a break in the cloud cover and a thin shaft of sunlight angled in from above, catching the upper edge of the rock and leaving the lower portion in a softer shade. I waited for the light to shift, for a cloud to pass and return the scene to the same flat illumination as the day of the photo. It took a while, but eventually the sun was gone again, and the light evened out. Still nothing. I took another photo from the same position, trying to match the framing as closely as I could. When I compared them later, the new image lacked the anomaly. The rock was just rock. The mist that day was thinner, more mobile. It didn't sit in layers the way it had before. I told myself that conditions matter, that small changes in moisture and light can produce effects that don't repeat, but there was something else. On my way back, I noticed a shallow recess further along the right-hand wall, partially hidden by a cluster of fallen branches that had been dragged there by weather or people. It wasn't visible from the trail unless you stepped off and looked back. I pushed the branches aside and found a space just large enough for a person to sit in, knees drawn up, back against the stone. The ground inside was packed dirt, darker than the surrounding soil, as if it had been disturbed and settled again many times. There was no sign of a recent fire, no litter, nothing to suggest modern use, but the shape of it, the way it fit a human body, made it feel intentional. I stood there longer than I meant to, listening to the same absence of noise I'd noticed the first time. The air in the recess was still, the temperature slightly colder than outside it. I ran my hand along the wall where the rock curved inward. It was smoother than the surrounding surface, not polished, but worn in a way that suggested repeated contact. I thought about the note at the ranger station. On the drive home, I tried to keep my thoughts anchored to reasonable explanations. Old rock formations can create optical effects. Moisture can alter how light is absorbed and reflected. The brain fills in gaps, finds patterns. A hermit living in a place like that would have left some trace, but time and weather could erase it. The recess could be natural. The sense of something being off could be my own expectation, feeding back into my perception. That night, I opened both photos side by side again. The old one with the anomaly, the new one without. I toggled between them, focusing on the area where the shape had been. In the older image, the dark area seemed to sit slightly forward as if it occupied a different plane than the rock behind it. That wasn't something I could measure, just a sense created by the contrast and the way the edges held. I zoomed in until the image broke into blocks. Even there, the pattern persisted, the suggestion of a profile intact at a scale where it should have been meaningless. I started to notice something I hadn't seen before. The eye area, the hollow that suggested a socket, wasn't just darker. It had a depth to it that didn't correspond to any visible indentation in the rock. It was as if the darkness extended inward beyond the surface. A pocket that didn't exist physically but read that way visually. I checked the metadata of the photo, the time, the exposure settings. Everything was consistent with the other images from that day. I closed the laptop and left it alone for a while. Weeks passed, then months. The image would come back to me at odd times, not as a clear picture, but as a sense of being observed from a place I couldn't locate. It wasn't constant. It didn't interfere with anything. It was just there. A background thought that surfaced when I wasn't focused on something else. Mara asked about it once, casually, like she was checking on a story we'd half told. I told her I'd gone back and hadn't found anything. She nodded and changed the subject. I printed the photo eventually. On paper, it felt different. The texture of the print added a layer that made the image feel more fixed, less subject to the tricks of a screen. The anomaly held there too. The same shape, the same refusal to resolve into something definite. I pinned it above my desk for a while, not because I wanted to look at it, but because I wanted to see if it changed. It didn't. What changed was how I felt about it. The more I tried to place it within a framework that made sense, the more it resisted. It wasn't dramatic. It didn't demand attention. It just existed in that image, a detail that shouldn't have been there and couldn't be reproduced. I went back to Hocking Hills one more time. Later in the year, when the leaves had fallen and the branches were bare, the trail was more open, the canopy gone. Light reached places it hadn't before. The recess was easier to see, the branches no longer obscuring it. I stepped inside again, sat where someone might have sat a long time ago, and looked out at the path. From that angle, the bend where I'd taken the photo framed the view in a way that hid anyone standing there from sight until they moved. The rock on the right blocked the line of vision just enough that you could be close to someone without being seen. I stood up and walked back to the spot, turned, and looked toward the recess. It was a dark opening in the rock, nothing more. From there, the path looked like a corridor, a place people passed through without stopping. I took another photo, this time facing the recess. When I reviewed it later, there was nothing unusual, just rock, shadow, and the suggestion of depth where the recess began. I still have the original image. I don't show it to people anymore. Not because I think there's something in it that can harm anyone, but because the act of pointing it out seems to fix it in a way that makes it harder to ignore. It's easier to let it be what it is. A photograph of a mist-covered trail with a detail that doesn't fit. Sometimes when I'm not thinking about it, I remember the way the air felt that day, the weight of the mist, the way the light refused to cast shadows. I remember the sense of the place holding something back, not revealing it, just keeping it out of reach. And I remember that I stood there long enough to take a picture without realizing I might not have been alone. The image doesn't prove anything. It doesn't show movement or change. It's a single frame, a fraction of a second captured and stored. But it altered the way I think about what a photograph can hold. Not evidence, not answers, just a record that something was present in a way I didn't perceive at the time. I haven't been back since that last visit. The trail is still there. The rock hasn't moved. The recess remains a shallow indentation that could mean nothing. The note at the ranger station might have been replaced or removed. The hermit, if he existed as described, left no trace I could find beyond that line of text and a space in the rock that fits a human body too well to ignore. When I look at the photo now, I don't try to define the shape anymore. I let it sit as it is, an interruption in an otherwise ordinary scene. The longer I look, the more it feels like the interruption isn't in the rock, but in the act of looking itself, like I caught something that doesn't belong to the surface of things. And sometimes in the seconds before I look away, I get the impression that the shape isn't just there in the background, but aligned with me, as if the place I stood that day wasn't empty, just occupied from an angle I couldn't see, waiting for the moment I would leave and take the image with me, so it could remain where it had always been, unobserved except for that one fraction of a second that still hasn't settled into anything I can explain. I remember the exact moment we decided to take the photograph, because it felt like the last rational thing left to do. We had already swept the upper tier of Lake County Jail, twice that night, documenting drafts, wiring faults, anything that could explain the cold pockets that kept forming in the same stretch of corridor. The place held on to the dark differently than other buildings I'd worked in. It wasn't just the lack of light. It was the way sound seemed to settle instead of travel. Like every noise lost momentum a few feet from where it started. I was leading the team then, and by that point I had built a reputation on staying longer than anyone else would. We didn't abandon cases, we explained them, or we proved they weren't worth explaining. That was the job, but the jail resisted us from the start. The first hour passed in routine silence. We logged temperatures, mapped airflow, checked doors for loose hinges. Around midnight, the first sound came. Metal against metal, faint and irregular. It wasn't loud enough to echo, just a small, deliberate contact that repeated without rhythm. We traced it to a row of empty cells on the second tier, but when we reached them, the noise stopped so completely it felt staged. I noted the time and location. One of my colleagues muttered that it was probably expansion in the old bars. I agreed out loud, because that explanation made sense. Still, I kept my recorder running longer than necessary. The temperature drop followed not long after. It wasn't gradual. 1 second the air was stale and neutral. The next, it pressed cold against the skin like a surface you hadn't realized you were touching. My breath didn't fog, but my hands reacted instantly, stiffening around the equipment. We measured a sharp drop, far outside what the building should allow without a clear source. No open windows, no active ventilation, nothing that justified the change. We stayed. That was the decision point, though I didn't recognize it at the time. In hindsight, everything that came after felt like a continuation of that single choice. We moved deeper into the corridor, toward the old administrative wing. The lighting there was worse, limited to the spill from our equipment. Shadows gathered in the corners, not unusual for a structure like that, but they seemed to hold their shape longer than they should. When we shifted our lights, the darkness didn't immediately break apart. It lagged. I remember stopping and watching one corner in particular. There was no movement, not in any conventional sense, but the outline of the shadow felt defined in a way that didn't match the surrounding surfaces, as if it belonged to something that wasn't fully present. I didn't say that out loud. We heard the metal sound again, closer this time. Not from behind us where the cells were, but ahead, somewhere deeper in the wing. It carried differently now, less like impact, more like pressure being applied and released. One of the team suggested we document the area visually and move on. It wasn't a retreat, just a shift in method. We had cameras ready, high-resolution stills capable of catching details our eyes might miss. I agreed. We set up near the intersection of two narrow hallways. I positioned myself slightly ahead of the others, framing the shot toward the darker corridor. There was nothing visible at first glance, just the worn walls, the barred door at the far end, and the uneven texture of the floor. But the air changed again. It wasn't colder this time, it was heavier. There's a difference you learn to recognize after years in the field. Cold can be measured. Weight in the air cannot. Not directly. It's something you feel in your chest, in the way your breathing adjusts, without your consent. I steadied the camera anyway. Through the lens, the corridor looked flatter than it should have. Depth collapsed slightly, like the space wasn't aligning correctly. I adjusted focus, thinking it was a mechanical issue. The settings were fine. Then, something interrupted the frame, not by entering it in a clear physical way, but by distorting it. The center of the image bent, subtly at first, like heat rising off pavement. Except there was no heat. The distortion tightened into a vertical shape, roughly human in proportion, but not stable. It wavered, edges pulling inward and outward in slow, uneven pulses. I didn't lower the camera. I remember thinking that if I broke line of sight, whatever I was seeing would resolve into something explainable. A trick of light, a reflection, anything. Instead, it clarified. The shape didn't gain detail in the way a person would. It didn't develop features, but it became more defined in its absence, like a negative imprint pressed into the space in front of me. The background behind it seemed wrong, stretched thin, or pulled too far away. And then I had the distinct, undeniable impression that it was oriented toward me, not moving, not advancing, just aware. That was the moment I took the photograph. The flash didn't fire, we had it disabled, but the capture itself felt like an interruption. The distortion flickered, just once, like a skipped frame. Then the corridor was empty again, completely empty. I lowered the camera slowly. No one spoke for a few seconds. I could hear my own breathing, steady but louder than it should have been. One of the team asked if I got anything. I told them I wasn't sure yet. That was true in the narrowest sense. We reviewed the image on the spot. The photograph showed the corridor exactly as I had framed it, except for the center. There, occupying the space where the distortion had been, was a figure. Calling it human-like is the closest accurate description, but it doesn't convey the problem. The proportions were off in ways that didn't resolve cleanly. The torso seemed elongated, but not consistently. The limbs existed, but their placement didn't match the perspective of the hallway. It was as if multiple angles had been captured at once and compressed into a single outline. The edges weren't blurred. They were wrong. In the position facing the camera, there were no discernible eyes, no face in the traditional sense, but the orientation was unmistakable. It was directed at us, at me. One of the team stepped back immediately after seeing it. Another leaned in closer, as if proximity might clarify what we were looking at. It didn't. The longer we stared, the less stable the image felt. Not physically changing, but difficult to hold in a fixed interpretation. My mind kept trying to correct it, to force it into a recognizable form, and failing, we checked the surrounding frames. There were none. This was a single capture, no motion blur, no double exposure, no environmental factors we could point to, just the figure. We stood there longer than we should have. No one suggested continuing the investigation. No one suggested deleting the image either. The usual process catalog, cross-reference, test variables didn't come up. Instead, there was a shared unspoken understanding that something about the situation had shifted beyond our working model. The metal sound started again. This time it came from directly behind us. We turned as one. The corridor we had just walked through was empty, but the sound continued for a few seconds after we faced it, then stopped abruptly. I remember feeling a sharp, specific certainty then. Not fear in the usual sense, but a conclusion. We were no longer observing something passive. I closed the camera case. We left the wing without collecting additional data. Equipment remained set up in other parts of the building, but we didn't return for it until daylight. The rest of the night passed in controlled withdrawal. No running, no panic, just a deliberate exit. Outside, the air felt normal again, measurable, predictable. We didn't review the image again until we were back at our office, in proper lighting, on a calibrated screen. The photograph was even worse. Details that had been hard to parse in the field became clearer, but not more logical. The figure's outline intersected with the environment in impossible ways. Sections of the wall appeared displaced where it overlapped. The floor beneath it showed no shadow, but the lighting suggested there should have been one, and the orientation remained unchanged. It was still facing the camera. We ran every analysis we had available: pixel structure, compression artifacts, lens distortion models. Nothing accounted for the figure. There was no evidence of manipulation, no sign of interference in the hardware. The image existed as captured. That should have been the point where we escalated, brought in external reviewers, expanded the investigation. Instead, we stopped, not gradually, completely. The decision wasn't voted on. It didn't need to be. Each of us reached it independently, almost at the same time. There was no practical path forward that didn't involve returning to that space and attempting to replicate the conditions, and none of us were willing to do that. I archived the file under restricted access. No publication, no release. We documented the core facts and closed the case as unresolved. In the months that followed, the team dissolved. Not formally, but effectively. Projects were postponed, then canceled. Communication tapered off. I've reviewed the photograph exactly 3 times since that night. Each time, The same detail stands out more than anything else. Not the distortion, not the impossible geometry, the sense of alignment. Every element in the image, the corridor, the perspective, the position of the figure leads back to a single point of focus, the camera. To me, as if the moment of capture wasn't just observation, but acknowledgement. I no longer work investigations. The equipment is packed away, the files are sealed, there are no plans to revisit the site. But sometimes, when I think back to that corridor, I don't remember the shape of the figure first. I remember the fraction of a second before I pressed the shutter, when the distortion tightened and held, and the space in front of me felt occupied in a way that didn't depend on sight. That is the part I can't reconcile, because it didn't feel like we discovered something. It felt like something allowed itself to be seen, just once, and made sure we understood it was aware of being recorded,